Ciao a tutti, e io sono Darko in un video insolito perché, a parte che durerà tantissimo, tipo oltre 2 ore, perché seguiremo in live Tesla e l'Investor Day di Tesla. Quindi non è un video solito, conciso, in cui io vi dico un'opinione, eccetera, ma seguiamo un po' quello che succede. Un po' come quando facciamo le live di Jerome Powell, ma quelle sono interessanti per tutto il mercato e durano un po' meno di un'ora. Queste sono interessanti solo ed esclusivamente per Tesla e durano più di 2 ore, quindi vi divertirete. E io ovviamente faccio questa live perché tanto l'avrei fatto, cioè io avrei comunque guardato l'Investor Day di Tesla e quindi ho detto vabbè, già che lo guardo su YouTube, tanto vale che ci faccio lo streaming commentandolo sopra e quindi mi berrò la tazza di tè, eccetera, eccetera, commentando e vedendo quello che succede. E dovrebbe iniziare appunto tra 2 minuti e sicuramente saranno in ritardo come sempre. Ci dovrebbe essere un'ora e mezza di evento, che è proprio l'Investor Day, cioè il keynote, e poi dovrebbe esserci un'ora di domande e risposte in cui fanno domande e rispondono. Quello che, cioè, allora, molti si aspettano cose gigantesche da Tesla, quindi potrebbero rimanere delusi. Il mercato tutti quanti pensano che domani Tesla scenda perché è un sell the news, quindi tutti quanti comprano prima dell'Investor Day, esce l'Investor Day e domani si vende. Però, vedremo. Io non ho particolari interessi, sono molto curioso di quello che può succedere. Non mi aspetto chissà quale strano annuncio. Insomma, la fabbrica in Messico l'hanno praticamente già annunciata e verrà confermata. E mi aspetto qualche annuncio, appunto, cioè ovviamente parleranno dell'hardware 4, che è l'hardware che dovrebbe, cioè il nuovo tipo di hardware che utilizzeranno nelle nuove Tesla per il full self driving. E poi parleranno della platform Gen 3, la Generation 3, perché la prima generazione è stata SX, seconda generazione 3 e Y, e adesso dovrebbe esserci la nuova generazione di cui il Cybertruck fa parte, e vedere se annunciano un nuovo modello o se useranno questo tipo di piattaforma per abbassare il costo della Model 3 o della Model Y. Magari appunto la 3 e la Y verranno costruite su questo tipo di struttura nuova e riusciranno ad abbassare il costo. L'obiettivo che molti si attendono, la dichiarazione che molti si attendono è come effettivamente arriveranno a fare 20 milioni di auto, perché Tesla ha dichiarato che vuole fare 20 milioni di auto all'anno, e appunto Elon dovrebbe presentare il master plan, che è stato, cioè il master plan 1 è uscito quando ha fondato Tesla ed è stato completato, era un elenco di cose che voleva raggiungere. Il master plan 2 è sostanzialmente in corso perché l'ultimo pezzo del Master Plan 2 non è finito, anzi vediamo se riesco a farvelo, vabbè ve lo dico a breve. Il Master Plan 2 era, cioè l'idea iniziale di Tesla era costruire un'auto iper costosa per poi usare quei soldi per costruire un'auto meno costosa, per poi usare quei soldi per costruire un'auto ancora meno costosa, e sono state esattamente Roadster, S3. Poi l'altro piano era di iniziare a costruire solare e batterie, che appunto hanno iniziato a farlo, poi arrivare ad avere un full self driving che è praticamente 10 volte più sicuro di un essere umano. Non siamo arrivati a 10 volte, ma è decisamente più sicuro di un essere umano già adesso. E poi manca da raggiungere rispetto al Master Plan 2 il fatto di monetizzare, cioè Elon aveva annunciato che col software di guida autonoma tu avresti potuto guadagnare soldi mentre l'auto non fa niente, mentre è parcheggiata, cosa non successa, non so se succederà, e ovviamente è in ritardo. Io adesso ho già attivata la live, appena inizieranno a parlare lo vedremo, cioè ve la condivido. E il Master Plan 3 dovrebbe essere, anzi da quello che ha detto Elon, relativo a mass scale, quindi deve arrivare a scale enormi, non più di 1, 2, 3 milioni di auto, ma decine di milioni di auto. Come ci arriveranno? Ovviamente i Master Plan durano dai 5 ai 7 anni, quindi questo dovrebbe essere cioè una proiezione verso il 2030. E niente, appunto, come arriveranno a 10 milioni di auto, come arriveranno a 20 milioni di auto, quali saranno i tagli che si aspettano. Molti appunto si aspettano che Tesla annunci un taglio dei costi di produzione del 50%. Al momento produrre una Model 3 costa tipo 32, 33, 34 mila dollari. Molti si aspettano un'auto che costi a produzione 15-16 mila per poi poter essere venduta a 25 per avere un 30% di margine. E vedremo se appunto verrà annunciato. Molto mi aspetto sul software, il full self driving, a che punto siamo, cosa succede, la versione 11 del full self driving che doveva uscire da anni praticamente, cioè non da anni, però è da inizio anno che doveva uscire, non è ancora uscito, sono passati 2 mesi, però vabbè è tempo di Elon, quindi ovvio. E poi altro che... mi aspetto sicuramente che chiacchierino riguardo al megapack. Hanno la fabbrica in California, Latrop, mi aspetto che dicano come pensano di scalarla, perché quella è già sold out fino, fino a fine 24, quindi spero ne annuncino altre. E poi appunto dovranno parlare dell'espansione geografica, perché appunto per poter arrivare a fare 10-20 milioni di auto all'anno devi per forza attaccare mercati come Brasile e India. E Brasile appunto penso lo vogliano attaccare con la fabbrica in Messico, perché in Messico Brasile si spedisce abbastanza comodamente. India invece non ci sono grossi progressi con l'India, quindi vediamo se diranno qualcosa, ma l'India sarà un mercato fondamentale per poter arrivare a fare 10-20 milioni di auto. Poi cos'altro potrebbero parlare? Insomma, possono parlare di tantissime cose. Cioè, poi ovviamente potrebbero parlare dell'estrazione di litio e delle miniere, eccetera, eccetera. E niente, cioè l'obiettivo primario di Tesla è sempre stato quello di, cioè, motto dell'azienda, accelerare verso la sostenibilità ambientale il mondo. Ma non tramite i finti score ESG, che sono una truffa, una mafia clamorosa sotto e non servono a niente, ma tramite delle vere cose. Quindi appunto prima di Tesla nessuno pensava alle auto elettriche, nessuno pensava alle batterie come sistemi di accumulo per la corrente, eccetera, eccetera. Cioè a livello di casa, cioè a casa nessuno si sognava di mettere batterie, e quindi vedremo cosa appunto annunceranno adesso. E niente, appunto le attese principali sono sul Master Plan 3, che potrà essere diviso in vari punti. Ovviamente il full self driving sarà una parte importante, e niente, non mi viene in mente molto altro da dire. Insomma, possono succedere tantissime cose. Il titolo è un po' il titolo della live è un po' provocatorio, nel senso che il mondo sta per cambiare, una roba del genere, perché ci sono le potenzialità che Tesla annunci, appunto l'obiettivo di Musk è annunciare un piano affinché il mondo sia completamente solare e a batteria. Ovvio che non penso sia raggiungibile in 5-10 anni, assolutamente no, però è mettere le fondamenta per poterci arrivare tra 20 anni. E non penso che veramente il mondo cambi per una cosa di Tesla, è un'azienda abbastanza importante, ma non di completamente cambiare il mondo dall'oggi al domani, anche se ha cambiato il mondo da quando esiste. Perché appunto, come ho detto prima, nessuno si sognava auto elettriche né tantomeno batterie cioè, da tenere in casa come corrente. Quindi vedremo. Niente, questo è tutto ciò che avevo di iniziale da dire. Ovviamente Elon è in ritardo, l'evento non inizierà mai. Volevano fare uno shottino su Twitter, la community Tesla di Twitter, bere uno shottino ogni 5 minuti di ritardo di Elon. Sono passati 5 minuti, io ho un po' di raffreddore, quindi niente shottino per me, ma un po' di tè caldo. Grazie mille a Giusa, che è arrivata solo ora, ma non si è persa niente perché Musk è in ritardo. E grazie mille a te per seguire tutte le live nel Discord, eccetera, eccetera. Con le attuali fabbriche, quante auto può produrre Tesla? Allora, con quella che annunceranno adesso in Messico, dovrebbero riuscire a fare attorno ai 4 milioni, forse poco più, forse poco meno, nel 2025. Perché al momento Shanghai può produrre attorno sopra il milione. Poi Austin può produrre 600-700 mila, quindi siamo a 1,7 milioni di massima, ma cioè proprio a livello teorico, massima in un anno. Austin e Berlino al momento sono a 300.000 a testa, quindi al momento Tesla può arrivare a 2 milioni e 3, però appunto Austin e Berlino stanno alzando i ritmi e Berlino dovrebbe superare senza grossi problemi le 500.000, Austin dovrebbe tendere a 1 milione, e quindi sei Austin e Shanghai a 1 milione fanno 2, mezzo milione da Berlino, anzi Berlino arriverà appunto verso il 2025 anche a 700.000, mezzo milione è proprio il minimo, quindi 700.000 e 700.000 da un'altra parte sono un altro milione e qualcosa, poco più di 1 milione, quindi fanno già oltre 3 milioni. Quella in Messico dovrebbe avere in linea teorica cioè sul milione, e quindi hai 1 milione a Shanghai, 1 milione a Austin, poco meno di 1 milione a Messico, 6-700k a Berlino e 6-700k a Austin, e fanno l'ultima non è Austin, è Fremont, e fanno poco sopra i 4 milioni nel 25, e che appunto è in linea con le mie attese. Le mie stime per il 2025 sono 4 milioni di auto, e poi dai 4 in su devono abbassare i costi, perché non c'è mercato per 4 milioni di auto a 50.000 dollari. Chiaro, non sono più 50.000 dollari, cioè con i benefit fiscali adesso una Model 3 uno se la porta a casa sotto i 35.000 in America. Se appunto vivi in determinati stati che ci sono ulteriori sconti, tipo in California, se hai un reddito sotto i cos'era, per 75.000 dollari tipo, puoi comprare una Model 3 a 26.000 dollari, quindi è praticamente lì, cioè sei praticamente arrivato ad avere il mercato di massa. Considerate che un'auto nuova negli Stati Uniti ha una media di oltre i 40.000 dollari, l'auto media, cioè una Model 3 sta sotto i 40.000 e una Model Y con gli incentivi sta sotto, è attorno lì al prezzo medio delle auto usate. Quindi in America è mercato di massa, letteralmente è il prezzo medio delle auto vendute. In Europa non ancora, ma perché? Perché Berlino deve ancora arrivare a produrre grosse quantità e poi non c'è la supply chain qua in Europa, cioè in Europa non hai materiali, devi importare comunque i materiali e quindi i prezzi non potranno essere bassi come potrebbero essere negli Stati Uniti. A Shanghai invece è il problema opposto, Shanghai è quella più efficiente perché la manodopera ti costa molto meno e perché hai tutta la supply chain che vuoi perché te la sei creata tu. In Messico, Messico potrebbe essere comparabile a Shanghai perché anche lì la manodopera costa meno e quindi sarà interessante. Messico è la location giusta per un veicolo che costa meno, quindi per una nuova auto, che potrebbe appunto non entrare nel mercato USA, cioè potrebbero anche annunciare un'auto esclusivamente per Sud America e Cina, da produrre esclusivamente a Shanghai e a Messico, quindi che non entri in vendita negli Stati Uniti per non rubare fette di mercato alla 3 e alla Y, che lì vendono tantissimo, e forse più avanti in Europa, però appunto anche quella è un'idea, vedremo. Ho bevuto con qualche secondo di anticipo rispetto alle 10:10, vabbè, alle 10:10 tocca rifarlo. Sì, mi piacerebbe fosse tipo tequila o altro, ma dai, sono le 10 di sera di un mercoledì innocuo in cui stiamo aspettando Elon che è in ritardo, perché, ma secondo voi perché Elon è in ritardo? Perché se andate su Twitter, sta twittando, mette le emoji prima che io entrassi in live aveva fatto un emoji un minuto prima, al posto di prepararsi per le live. E vabbè, niente, aspettiamo, chiacchieriamo. Di solito sì, spero sia meno di mezz'ora il ritardo, perché se no la live va a fare la fine di Nvidia della settimana che praticamente abbia aspettato 40 minuti per l'uscita alla trimestrale, è uscito 10 minuti dopo. Nvidia ha fatto un ottimo trimestrale alla fine, per chi seguiva. E di solito quanto ritarda Musk? Ma dipende, a volte, cioè su quando annuncia un software guida autonoma, update, robe del genere, mesi. E quando annuncia un nuovo prodotto, anni. Quando annuncia le live, nelle conference call è puntuale però, quando annuncia investor day, eventi così, non lo so, raramente inizia prima dei 20 minuti, raramente, attorno a una mezz'oretta. No, comunque l'ultimo evento così importante per Tesla, perché ovviamente c'è come si chiama? Ci sono i Battery Day che ha fatto anni fa, o la AI Day, Artificial Intelligence Day, che appunto ha utilizzato prima che diventasse così di moda. Quelli erano molto molto tecnici, mentre questo è appunto un Investor Day così grande e probabilmente aperto accessibile a chiunque, diciamo, ma non accessibile nel senso che lo vedono, ma accessibile a livello di comprensione. A tutti penso sia dalla presentazione del Cybertruck e quindi parecchi anni fa. E sì, no, comunque Elon ha detto che questo dovrebbe essere un investor day non solo per gli investitori di Tesla, ma investor nel senso più generale possibile del termine, cioè per chi vuole il bene del pianeta. Cioè questo dovrebbe essere appunto chi ha a cuore l'umanità dovrebbe essere interessato a questo investor day, che è il motivo di base per cui uno, secondo me, investe in Tesla. Cioè uno che investe in Tesla esclusivamente per il profitto economico, secondo me non ha ben chiara la missione di Tesla, però ci sta, ovviamente si investe sempre per fare soldi, ci mancherebbe altro, però uno dei motivi per cui principali, anche per cui io ho iniziato e continuo tuttora a investire in Tesla, è perché è l'unica azienda vera, oltre a tipo a Enphase eccetera, che ho anch'essa, che appunto veramente fa qualcosa di attivo per il mondo, e non soltanto inventandosi score ECG e in cui lo score ECG di Chevron o di Exxon è più alto dello score ECG di Tesla, che ovviamente non ha nessun senso. Gli ECG sono appunto, come ho detto prima, una mafia clamorosa. Vediamo un po' di domande che avete fatto. Stiamo più insieme e non scappi? No, stavolta non scappo. Cioè, qua si va. L'unico momento nero sarà quando la batteria della telecamera si spegne, perché dovrebbe durare attorno a 2 ore, l'evento dovrebbe durare più di 2 ore. Quindi suppongo si spegnerà, ma ho la batteria di riserva, quindi userò la batteria di riserva. Torno dopo e recupero, sì. È uscita la trimestrale di Nvidia. No, sono in live da settimana scorsa dirette, infatti un po' di ok. Ma numeri di CRM sono usciti? Sì, ma non ho minimamente idea perché non la seguo, quindi non so neanche cosa aspettarmi. Vediamo, però, madonna, in After sta facendo più 11. Curioso. Ottimo. Vediamo se magari su Twitter trovo qualcosa. Vabbè, mentre io cerco, giusto per non... Adesso posso sfruttare una musichina di sottofondo, così non deve rimanere sempre la mia voce come l'altra volta, perché l'altra volta io mi sono stancato esclusivamente per il fatto che ho parlato 45 minuti senza mai smettere. Mentre ora, grazie a Tesla, che sta condividendo questa bella musichetta, io posso fare così, e c'è la musichetta di Tesla in sottofondo. In teoria, se io ci parlo sopra, non succede niente. Ma se io sto zitto, c'è la musichetta carina. Beh, vediamo se è così. Comunque, CRM. Vediamo subito. Allora. A parte che il mercato oggi, potevamo commentare anche come è andato il mercato in generale. Il mercato è stato abbastanza negativo oggi. Sono usciti dei brutti dati stamattina sul ISM. E i prezzi pagati, ISM price paid, una roba del genere, è stato alto, quindi sì, solite paure di inflazione, bla bla bla. Ci sono anche Okta, Salesforce, revenue 8,38 miliardi, 14% di crescita year over year. Adjusted EPS, la madonna, adjusted EPS 1,68, stime di 84 centesimi, ha fatto letteralmente per 2. Letteralmente per 2 dalle stime. Le stime erano di 84, ha fatto 1,68, pazzesco. E sì, fuori di testa. E le stime di fatturato, appunto, ha fatto 8,38, le stime erano 7,84. Incredibile. Clamoroso. Clamoroso. E anche la guidance mi sembra a posto. Sì, guidance stimano 34,6 miliardi per tutto l'anno, le attese erano di 34,0 e EPS stimato 7,13, EPS guidance 7,13, EPS stimato 5,78. Pazzesco, veramente incredibile. Molto molto bene. Poi è uscito anche Snowflake, mi dicono. Cosa sta facendo Snow? Dai Tesla, però non possiamo parlare di Snowflake. Che è sta cosa? Snowflake meno 4. Almeno c'è la musichetta. Salesforce ha anche aumentato il buyback. Pazzesco. Ha aumentato il buyback fino a 20 miliardi. E questo l'ha fatto volare ancora di più. Buyback fino a 20 miliardi. Ma Elon Musk ha appena twittato! Elon ha twittato un minuto fa. You're not gonna believe this, but we're running a little late. Ma presentation starts in 5 minutes. Ok, un minuto fa ha detto tra 5 minuti, quindi più o meno tra 10, no? Elon. Vabbè, ti vogliamo bene, appunto per questo. Sei una persona come un'altra. Sì, cioè la macchina elettrica è necessaria, ovviamente è necessario anche come la produci l'energia, infatti ci sono i pannelli apposta, però il grosso punto principale del perché è importante la macchina elettrica da subito è perché così crei la domanda per produrre energia pulita. Cioè se tu invece uno, però non era questo il punto principale che volevo fare. Cioè se tu continui ad avere macchine a combustione, a nessuno salterà mai fuori l'idea di fare le elettriche. Ma il punto principale è che se tu, ok, mettiamo anche caso che continui a produrre tutta l'elettricità non in maniera rinnovabile, però la produci al di fuori delle città, a livello globale non cambia niente, ma la qualità dell'aria nelle città e quindi la qualità di vita e l'aspettativa di vita delle persone migliora, nonostante il cambiamento climatico no, perché comunque la quantità di CO2 e di altre sostanze che produci è identica, ma se al posto di produrla localmente in città la produci fuori e poi semplicemente la trasporti e in città non hai nessun tipo di emissione, comunque decisamente cambi lo stile di vita delle persone nelle città. E se lo fai per le auto e per le case, quindi al posto di avere appunto riscaldamenti a gas o altro, hai pompe di calore elettriche, cambi completamente il centro di produzione e quindi la vita in città migliora, la qualità della vita proprio. E poi ovviamente nel punto in cui vai a produrlo devi avere energia green e lì l'ideale sarebbe avere nucleare. O parchi solari giganti, ma di base dovrebbero andare insieme, parchi solari, parchi eolici e nucleare. Questa è la soluzione al problema energetico, non è che ci voglia un genio, cioè tutto elettrico in città, fuori dalla città nucleare, solare, eolico che producono e trasmettono, perché il nucleare ti tiene, è modulabile, quindi produci quanto ti serve, dove ti serve, soddisfi i picchi, solare e eolico ti producono quello che c'è e quando hai un eccesso di produzione dalle rinnovabili, ovviamente il nucleare va a minimo, perché puoi quasi cioè senza spegnerla puoi metterla a minimo che non produce quasi niente, e se hai un eccesso di produzione hai le batterie statiche, tipo i megapack, dove la immagazzini e poi quando viene richiesta la metti di là. Quindi il nucleare ti serve come base per bilanciare gli squilibri di domanda e offerta e il solare e eolico danno tutto il resto. Cioè non è difficile, ovviamente servono un sacco di investimenti, bla bla bla, però quella è la tendenza e la soluzione al problema energetico, non ci vuole nient'altro, cioè quello è, però vabbè. Metalli rari in ogni vettura, ma non mi sembra che le vetture normali non abbiano parti di metalli rari, eccetera. Chiaro che appunto ti servono per l'anode e per il catode ti servono materiali speciali, certo, ovvio, però sono al 100% riciclabili, cioè le batterie moderne sono al 100% riciclabili, è metallo, semplicemente separi i componenti e li ricicli. Chiaro, per farlo ci vuole energia, quindi se questa energia la dai col CO2 comunque inquina, la produzione di batterie inquina, certo, però appunto attendere, non adesso, tra 25 anni, tu puoi avere, costruire batterie al litio, appunto riciclarle completamente con energia completamente green, perché puoi farlo, cioè è 100% riciclabile, al momento non hai abbastanza energia, dovresti averla tramite produzioni alternative, assolutamente. Comunque, Elon, sono passati i tuoi 5 minuti, dove sei? Elon. Sì, esatto, condivido con Giusa, cioè è la qualità della vita, cioè immaginate avere zero smog, perché è letteralmente ciò che si può avere se tutto fosse elettrico. Poi la quantità di CO2 che immetti viene dopo, cioè è un problema che risolvi dopo, perché non puoi risolverlo da un giorno all'altro, ci vorrà una transizione di 30-50 anni per farlo, però... per estrarre un chilo di gallio devi trattare acqua e solventi 50.000 metri quadri di roccia. Va bene, sì, certo, ma ogni cosa, cioè se non vogliamo estrarre niente non avremo nessun tipo di progresso tecnologico, cioè anche l'uranio va estratto, certo, ma anche il petrolio va estratto. E quando estrai il petrolio e il gas e poi finisce in mare, perché è successo? E il gas del Nord Stream 2 che è uscito, quanto ha inquinato? È successo. Tutte le petroliere che ogni tanto capitano gli incidenti, cioè nessuno dice un mondo senza incidenti e senza toccare niente, altrimenti non esisterebbe l'essere umano, cioè è da quando ha iniziato a spostare le pietre, anzi è da quando ha iniziato a coltivare che sposta ciò che trova per suoi benefici, l'essere umano. Quindi è letteralmente quello che continuiamo a fare, spostare ciò che troviamo. Semplicemente alcune cose sono nel complesso più dannose, altre cose meno dannose. Particolare per un aperitivo a Padova. Particolare. Beh, il Berlino è molto bello, ma non è per aperitivo, è più per la serata. Oppure Amsterdam. Sì, sì, appunto per ora, perché il problema globale della produzione di energia resta. Cioè, è un problema e ci vorranno anni per fare questa transazione, decenni per fare questa transazione, però va fatto step per step. Se uno rifiuta tutte le soluzioni, non cambierà mai niente. Quindi uno deve essere speranzoso e consapevole che è un processo che appunto impiegherà decenni. Cioè, io spero di arrivare in pensione, arrivare a morire in un mondo 100% rinnovabile. Non è detto che riesca. Sicuramente non me lo aspetto tra 20 anni, ma quando dovrò andare in pensione, per modo di dire, cioè quell'età lì, perché non andrò mai in pensione, però quando sarò attorno agli 80 anni spero che il mondo sia completamente green. Sì, sì, no, comunque Andrea, no, è verissimo. Cioè, la quantità di CO2 emessa da un'auto elettrica è comunque inferiore, assolutamente. Quello che volevo dire io è che anche se supponessimo che la quantità di CO2 fosse totale, comunque hai dei benefici. Ma questa supposizione è falsa. Cioè, comunque l'auto nel ciclo di vita consuma meno CO2. Ma anche se supponessimo fosse uguale, comunque hai dei benefici con l'elettrico. Ma no, ma puoi avere sempre più energia, non serve tagliare la quantità di energia delle persone. Cioè, comunque col nucleare puoi avere una quantità di energia folle, senza particolari cose negative. Cioè, gli unici 2 incidenti nucleari gravi sono uno dovuto a un errore umano, Chernobyl, uno dovuto a un magnitudo oltre a 8 a Fukushima. Cioè, ok, se c'è un magnitudo 8, credo che quello che succede alla centrale sia quasi l'ultimo dei problemi, perché tanto muore tutto, cioè che ti crolla tutto in testa. E comunque Fukushima un anno dopo completamente a posto, cioè è ricostruita, vivibile, non è successo niente. Sì, sì, ma il motore elettrico appunto ha un'efficienza, cioè da un punto di vista ingegneristico maggiore, assolutamente. E poi anche le batterie appunto hanno un'efficienza maggiore di tante altre cose, tipo le batterie a litio hanno un'efficienza decisamente maggiore rispetto all'idrogeno, quindi per quello è meglio una batteria che l'idrogeno. 100% rinnovabile non è... Perché non va più? Beh, si è buggato. Dipende cosa intendiamo per rinnovabile, cioè per me appunto il nucleare è rinnovabile, quindi... Cioè non è rinnovabile, è green, non è rinnovabile perché effettivamente il materiale che usi poi non è che ritorna, però è green. Sì, non so Musk in che mondo viva, ma ve l'ho detto, mezz'oretta è minimo per Elon, cioè, ma proprio minimo. Lo ha scritto 10 minuti fa, 10 minuti fa l'ha scritto. 10 minuti fa ha scritto 5 minuti. Ho finito il tè, Elon? Ho finito il tè? Forse hai eliminato il tweet, non lo vedo più. No, c'è ancora. C'è ancora. Dai. Boh. Elon. Ha twittato. Ma basta twittare, Elon. Ha twittato con 3 puntini. Ha fatto puntino, puntino, puntino sul Tesla Investor Day che va esattamente col video che state vedendo in live su Twitter, e lui ha retweetato con puntino, puntino, puntino. Ma vai in live! Ma basta! Boh, vediamo. Esattamente. A Fukushima non c'è stato un vero problema. Cioè, sì, c'è stato un problema che Il fatto è che la centrale fosse lì, il problema era tutto attorno. Poi c'era anche la centrale, ups, però è tutto attorno. Boh. Oh, in teoria va. In teoria è partita. Perché qua è più avanti? Perché su Twitter è più avanti? No, su Twitter è più avanti. Su Twitter è tipo 5-7 secondi più avanti che su YouTube, pazzesco. Ok, è iniziato, finalmente.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ma no, ma che è
Good
successo?
afternoon. My name is Zach Kirkhorn.
Ma sono
I'm the
sbagliati
finance here at
i
Tesla,
sottotitoli.
And welcome to our Investor Day.
No, 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 no. Cosa sta succedendo? No, perché?
For those of you here in the audience
No!
at our global headquarters in Austin, Texas,
Perché sono
welcome
sbagliati?
you. Thank you for being here and thank you for traveling in. For those joining us virtually, thank you for being a part of the day today.
Ma perché?
So as we reflect back
No, ma
on
così non
the
si può
history
fare.
of the company, there's been distinct phases of
Riaggiorno la scheda. Terribile. Penso sia colpa di YouTube,
which
però.
has been the global expansion and localization of the Model Y program. And so today, we want to talk about the future.
No, ma che è sta roba?
We don't want to talk about this quarter or next quarter. We want to go further out into the future. And we
O la guardiamo
divided
senza.
today's presentation into 3 parts. The first of which, we're going to go macro. What does it take to convert Earth to sustainable energy generation and use? The second, we want to talk about Tesla's contribution to that global need. We're going to go function by function through the company, and you'll meet our entire leadership team, and we're going to get into the details of what those teams are doing as part of the broader goal. And then in the third part, we're going to bring it back up and talk about what this all means for the company as a whole. So before we get started, statements made in this presentation are forward-looking statements that are subject to risks and uncertainties. More details can be found in our written material.
Niente. Andiamo su Twitter.
That there is a clear path to a sustainable energy Earth. It's not, it doesn't require destroying natural habitats. It doesn't require us to be austere and stop using electricity and sort of be in the cold or anything. The story, and I think that this holds together quite well, and will be actually
No, i sottotitoli non vanno.
white paper
Mi
with all our
dispiace.
assumptions and
Cioè, è
calculations.
inascoltabile
Is
con i
that
sottotitoli.
there is a clear path to a fully sustainable Earth with abundance. In fact, you could support a civilization much bigger than Earth, than much more than the 8 billion humans.
Potete mettere i sottotitoli al mio, penso.
Supported sustainably on Earth. And I'm just often shocked and surprised by how few people realize this. Most of the smart people I know actually don't see this clear path. They think that there's not a path to a sustainable energy future, or at least there's not one that is sustainable at our current population, or that we'd have to resort to extreme measures. None of this is true.
Questo è un argomento che mi piace molto.
The calculations for how to create a sustainable energy civilization.
And to set the stage, today our energy economy, let's be honest, it's dirty and it's wasteful. Over 80% of global energy, primary energy, comes from fossil fuels, and only 1/3 of that global energy actually ends up delivering useful work or heat. This is the problem statement, but we're here to talk about the solution.
Yeah, it's like if for
un sacco di sprechi.
elaborate, because there's a very wide range of technical expertise out there, from people who are like, you know, whatever, level 9 wizards in this subject, to people who do not do engineering at all. So if you have a gasoline car, you're converting less than a third, often maybe only 25% of the energy in the gasoline is converted into motion. The rest is turned into waste heat. That doesn't
Sì,
do any good.
questo
at all.
che diceva anche
And
Andrea prima.
There's a lot of energy required even to get the oil out of the ground, to refine the oil, and to transport the gasoline to the gas station. So when you look at all that, for a typical gasoline car is actually going to be using less than 20%, fully considered, of the energy from the oil actually goes into motion. So this is when we see people doing calculations for what does it take to create a sustainable energy Earth, they assume that the same energy amount is required for an electrified civilization versus a combustion civilization. This is not true, because most of the energy of combustion is waste heat.
And even to get the fuel to combust in the first place and get it to the end use, there's a lot lost along the way. I mean, this is the primary energy consumption, 165 petawatt hours a year. Petawatt hour is a trillion kilowatt hours, so it's a large amount of energy. But the nice thing about electrified economy, there's a better way, we're going to talk about it, is that through end use efficiency and through efficiency along every step of the way, actually the total energy use halves. So this is one of the most enabling aspects of electrifying everything.
Tesla è molto
Is that the sustainable energy economy is that
minima.
much easier to accomplish. It's actually half the problem statement of the fossil fuel economy.
Yeah, and we're being conservative here, so it could be better than half, but we're trying to have assumptions that are reasonable, not overly optimistic, in fact slightly pessimistic. So it's really better than half, but just say it's easy to make the argument that we need half as much energy with an electric economy versus a
curioso questo.
Yep.
Serve addirittura metà dell'energia, perché intanto il 75%
So how the
dell'energia
master
normale è
plan
sprecata.
works? You wanna talk?
yeah.
Well,
So the thing that is needed at very large scale that is not currently present is a vast amount of battery energy storage. Our rough calculations are that this is about 240 terawatt
Questo è il
hours,
master plan,
or 240,000 gigawatt hours. This is a lot of batteries, but it is actually a very achievable amount. We'll go into details on that.
Yep.
So that's a combination of electric vehicles and stationary storage. So if you've got solar or wind, you've got to store the energy when the wind is not blowing, the sun is not shining. And so we're assuming sort of an 8-to-1 ratio of stored energy to power. So 30 terawatt hours of power, 30 terawatts of power. Our actual capital expenditure calculation for manufacturing investment is more like 6 trillion, but we made it higher to make it 10 trillion.
Sono
this
tutti
is
i numeri.
across mining, refining, battery factories, recycling, vehicle factories, all the things that we're going to talk about needing to invest in to build this sustainable energy economy.
Yeah. Now, if you look at the total
Comunque 10
world
trillion
economy,
dollari, non
it's
so neanche
just
troppo.
under 100 trillion. So if this was spread out, say over 10 years, it would be 1% of the global economy. Over 20 years, it would be 0.5%
Very
of the
doable.
global economy. So this is,
Infatti.
yeah, not a big number relative to the global economy.
Cioè,
As Drew mentioned, you need about half as much energy with an electric economy versus a combustion economy. And in terms of wind and solar, how much land would be used? It's less than 0.2% of the land area of Earth.
sì, no, ma molti si
I don't
dimenticano.
realize quite how much energy is reaching us from the sun. It's
Molti si dimenticano
roughly a
quanto è
gigawatt
grande la
per square
Terra.
kilometer. And the sun doesn't shine all the time, but it's if you multiply that by, say, 4 to get the continuous power, 4 or 5, then that gives you the land area of solar. And you can put wind and solar often in the same place. So a lot of places that currently have wind, you could have solar there and you double your energy.
You can also put wind offshore. It doesn't even need to
Yeah.
be on land, so wind is even more flexible.
You could put solar offshore too.
Yep.
So Earth is 70% water.
Anyway,
the
pannelli
point is
solari
that,
galleggianti non è male.
With a really a remarkably small amount of Earth's land area, we can go fully sustainable. Yeah.
And
So-
and from do the resources and raw materials exist to support this transition? We'll go through that in detail, but we do not see any insurmountable resource challenges at all. In fact, in the end, we should be mining less ore to accomplish this economy than we currently do with the fossil fuel economy, and we're going to talk through that.
Minare meno.
Just to emphasize that again, the electrified economy will require less mining than the current economy does. Less, not more.
Less.
So this is the plan, and now we'll get into a little more of the details of the plan. Basically, 5 areas of work. First, renewable power the existing grid. Second, switch to electric vehicles.
Heat pumps,
Third,
pompe di calore.
switch homes, businesses, and industry heating to heat pumps. Fourth, high temp heat delivery and storage for high temp industrial and chemical processes, and a little bit of green hydrogen in there for chemical processes that need hydrogen. And finally, sustainable fuel planes and boats. These are the 5 areas, and we're going to go into detail on all of them.
Yeah, I mean, my personal opinion is that as we improve the energy density of batteries, you'll see all transportation go fully electric, with the exception of rockets. That's awkward. But you can make the fuel with CO2 and water. So you can make methane with CO2 and water. So
And
in
you
fact,
can do that with just electricity. So.
Yes, exactly. So in fact, on Mars, if we hopefully get there at some point, the atmosphere is CO2 and there's water ice throughout Mars, so you can take the CO2.
Sì, vabbè, a parte i razzi non puoi, i razzi per poter salire su devono espellere qualcosa in giù, per forza. E quindi non può essere corrente, tra virgolette, quindi non può essere batterie.
So first, repowering the existing grid with renewables, and this is going to be a consistent theme. You'll see our
Però sì,
estimates for the number of
molti dicono
terawatt
l'uso
hours,
dell'idrogeno
terawatts,
per
and trillions of
aerei e
parts at the
navi.
bottom of the page. You know, this is
Batterie.
already actively occurring in front of us. 60% of the generation added to the U.S. grid was solar in 2022, and actually, on a year-on-year basis, solar deployment is growing 50% year-on-year as of 2022. So this is a serious upswing, and if we continue this trend, this is going to be behind us before we even know it.
Yeah.
Sì, il solare sta crescendo
Second,
molto
switching to
più
electric
veloce di
vehicles.
qualsiasi stima.
Again, 21% reduction in fossil fuel use by doing this alone. Obviously, Tesla is heavily engaged in this activity, along with many others. Overall, EV production grew 59% year on year in 2022, and EVs hit an amazing 10% market share. I mean, it's an awesome milestone. I'm super excited to see that.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously happening very rapidly, and I mean, I think really all cars will go to fully electric and autonomous, and so riding a non-autonomous gasoline car is going to be analogous to riding a horse and using a flip phone. That's basically going to be the situation.
And we actually took a somewhat here in terms of how the fleet is autonomous. Fewer the small needs to be.
Che senso?
Utility basis,
Okay.
that we're not accounting for all of those benefits, or really much of those benefits at all in this number. And what does this fleet look like? You know, just rough view from our perspective. Of course, we could be wrong, but you know, you can see the sort of breakdown of the fleet by millions of vehicles. You know, our goal is to do 20
ci sono 2 veicoli però, eh?
Fewer vehicles will be needed, at least
Ci sono 2 veicoli.
With autonomy. So there's some debate as to what that number is, but it's some number less than the number of vehicles needed today. There's roughly 2 billion cars and trucks in operation in the world today. And
yeah, so what we show here is actually, I think, only 1.4 million or so. So we're represent 1.4 billion, I mean, or so. So a smaller fleet, and you know the numbers are here in this presentation are around 85 million vehicles a year produced.
Eh sì, questi sono tutti i veicoli che esistono nel mondo.
Up online and, you know, encourage people's thoughts.
Yeah. So
Cosa sono quelle 2?
we're basically heading
Ma probabilmente una è
electric or
una macchina piccolina e l'altra è un van.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why EVs are so enabling is this end-use efficiency point. Tesla Model 3, it's 4 times more efficient from the well to wheel than a Toyota Corolla. And that's all about the efficiency of getting the electricity to into the car in a
Povera
sustainable
Toyota.
energy economy, and then how efficient the car is in transferring that stored energy to motion on the road. When compared to the engine in the Toyota Corolla and all the extraction, refining, transmission, distribution of the gasoline to the Toyota Corolla. And just for, this is a fun reference, Model 3 can drive over a mile on the energy it takes to boil a pot of water for pasta, and then it can drive another mile on the energy it took to cook the pasta. And that pasta is 1 pound, and Model 3 is like 4,000 pounds. Just to give you a sense of just like, it really doesn't use a lot of energy to move a Model 3, that 4,000 pound object, down the road.
Also, heat is a lot more energy than motion.
Yeah. Yeah. But people
Sì, è vero.
spoil
Il
pot
calore
off and even
è
think
molto
about
più
it.
denso di energia
It's just interesting how efficient these cars are.
che il movimento.
Next, switching to heat pumps in homes, businesses, and industry.
Ok.
Right now, heat pumps meet 10% of building heating needs. Install rates growing 10% year on year. It really needs to accelerate. Heat pumps can serve.
Pompe di calore non
applications
servono
up to
moltissimi
200
investimenti,
in
infatti
businesses and
0,3
industry.
trillion non
And
sono
from an
troppi.
investment perspective, as you can see on this page, is actually the lowest hanging fruit in terms of displacing fossil fuels. You might be saying, well, what exactly is a heat pump? So, heat pumps don't move heat, don't create heat, they move heat. When you think about like the natural gas furnace in your house, like it is generating heat itself, but what the heat pump is doing is actually moving heat from outside of your house into your house. They're just an air conditioner or a refrigerator in reverse. So we're surrounded by heat pumps.
È un
like,
frigo al contrario.
they're all over this factory, they're in your house. And all this really is about bringing them to displace all the fossil fuel heating in all of the homes, business, in the industry that we can. And from an end-use efficiency perspective, there's a three times reduction in the total energy required to heat these buildings. So a real obvious thing to do.
Yeah, heat pumps. They're in cars now as default, and
Yep.
at some point we might make a heat pump for our home. So
Yeah, maybe.
maybe.
Praticamente hanno appena annunciato che
Next,
faranno
a
anche
little
pompe di
more
calore,
detail
dai.
on
Cioè,
electrifying,
ma ci sta, quando fai le batterie, i
industrial
Powerwall.
chemical processes. So over 50% of industrial heat is greater than 400 C. Cement, steel, fertilizers, chemicals, plastics, metals refining all need like
questi sì.
1500 C. So we
Tipo
need
la
a solution.
metallurgia è tosta.
Ultimately, it's purpose-built equipment that enables electrification. Carbon graphite is stable up to 2800 C. There's other options in the 1500 C range, like silicon carbide, other materials. So the idea here is you create and store heat when renewable power is available. If this is a sustainable energy economy, renewable energy is intermittent. Peak of the day, you've got more generation than you need. You make a bunch of heat then, and then you transfer that heat into the industrial process 24 hours a day using the stored heat you created when the sun or the wind was blowing. That's the concept here. And then on the hydrogen side, we also need green hydrogen to decarbonize metals and chemical refining processes. This is things like ammonia, making steel. There's roughly 120 million tons of hydrogen sourced from fossil fuel today to do these things. And hydrogen can also directly replace coal, which is currently used in a ton of steel production, through a process called directly reducing iron.
Come sostituto del carbone non è male.
Furnaces with a hydrogen reducing direct reduced iron furnace. And this is the way to eliminate fossil fuels from these aspects of the economy and the CO2 associated with them.
Yeah, so I mean, some of this, there's like room to disagree, but some amount of hydrogen is needed for industrial processes. My personal opinion is that hydrogen will not be used meaningfully in transport, and shouldn't be. If you're going to use a chemical fuel, you should use CH4, not H2. But nonetheless, it is needed for industrial processes and can be produced just by splitting water, essentially.
I mean, something that's been done for decades and decades. This is not, rocket technology. And lastly, a small part of the pie, but a necessary part of the pie,
Ma che
is
risata è?
sustainably fueling planes and boats. Shipping accounts for 3% of global CO2. It's ripe for electrification. Even with lithium iron phosphate, long-haul ships can be fully battery-powered. So that's a great opportunity.
Così
to
poco? 0,8 trillion dollar?
Energy density is a little bit harder for planes, but short haul is doable today with some improvements. We'll get long haul underway, but even in the meantime, we can leverage sustainable aviation fuels produced and stored using excess renewable electricity. There's a lot of work going on in this space. And it's not, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to really get long-range aircraft and long-range shipping to use lithium-ion, you need to redesign the ship and not just
Or the plane.
and the plane to take advantage of the fact that it is a new source of energy.
Beh, è vero, dovresti rifare gli aerei, perché non ha più senso l'ala in cui nelle ali dell'aereo metti il carburante, cioè le batterie.
That's very suboptimal. It's much more efficient to have the battery be the structure of the car, and make it mass efficient and optimized for batteries. The same, if that's done with aircraft, I think you can get long-range aircraft at around with cells at around 450 watt-hours per kilogram, which you can buy it right now. Actually, it's expensive, but I think that price will come down.
Comunque mi aspetto uno show più avanti.
So when we stack up all of these efforts, we end up with the numbers we shared at the beginning of the presentation: 30 terawatts, 240 terawatt hours, $10 trillion. And you may be saying, like, I need some context. Is this feasible?
Grazie.
Spoiler alert, it's entirely feasible.
Vabbè.
Just looking at it from a growth rate perspective, how much do we need to grow the deployment of these technologies? We're talking about only a 3x growth rate in solar and wind deployment. Solar is already growing at a breakneck pace, as is wind.
Ecco, vedete, l'obiettivo è il 2050.
When we look at electric vehicles, they have to grow 11x. Well, they grew 60% year on year last year. That growth rate is also going to close pretty darn. That gap is going to close pretty quickly as well. And lastly, storage.
Cioè, se appunto fanno questi 3, 9x eccetera entro il 2030, nel 2050 è tutto rinnovabile.
The global energy storage business is accelerating pace as well. I mean, all these gaps are going to close, especially as this momentum of the transition to sustainable energy accelerates. And of course, our goal on this page is 20 million EVs per year and 1 terawatt hour of stationary storage per year.
Wow.
Basically, as soon as we can.
Tesla vuole fare 1 terawattora all'anno.
And then, what about
20
this
milioni di
investment?
veicoli.
How do I have a reference point on this investment? Elon mentioned it's 10% of 1 year's world GDP. Another way of thinking about it is how does it compare to what we're investing?
Costa pure meno.
Like what we invested last year in the fossil fuel infrastructure. And it's 60% of that investment.
Wow.
So actually building this sustainable energy economy is less than extending the fossil fuel economy.
Cioè costa meno.
From a year-over-year investment basis. So very doable. When we look towards, does this fit on the planet? Absolutely. Less than 0.2% of land. As a reference point, the total land area intensively farmed today is 12.5% of all land. So, I mean, you drive around, you see some farms, but you don't see them everywhere. This is an order of magnitude, more than an order of magnitude difference between farming and what we're talking about for
Sì, cioè non è che perché uno pensa
And it doesn't need to displace farmland or
uno toglie terreni alla coltivazione, non serve.
Ecological preserve. It can be used in very sparsely populated desert regions.
Barren areas.
Yeah.
Areas that are just not really fit for development or otherwise used. So
yeah,
I mean, 0.2% can fit into a lot of places.
Yeah, there's essentially no meaningful.
Ma banalmente nel mare, cioè.
In fact, transition to a sustainable energy economy would result in a substantial reduction in current ecological impact.
That's a great way to put it. Yeah. And what about on the mineral extraction side? So this is a cartoon that sort of gives you a sense for all the ore and the extracted minerals that are coming out of the earth every year. It's about 68 gigatons. So each truck is a gigaton. What does this look like when we're in a sustainable energy economy? Looks like that. Fossil fuel extraction disappears. We replace it with the materials required to fulfill the sustainable energy economy. It actually reduces. Now, it's not to say that we don't need to continue to explore, bring on mining and refining for the sort of specific materials for the sustainable energy economy. We do. But the investment and mass flows are all very achievable, just looking at what is already happening on the planet. Like, this is nothing out of scale of what has been done and is already being done. And then when we calculate it on a sort of element by element basis, the resources are there to support the transition. This is cumulative demand to move in the sustainable energy economy direction until 2050 relative to USGS resources today. We're not breaking the resource bank
Vabbè, sì.
for any of these materials. And then when we look at
Ma i
what
materiali ci
really
sono.
happens as we move forward, history teaches the more we look, the more we find. What people think happens is, oh, there's this many resources, next year there's going to be less because we're going to extract them. What actually happens is, as we
Verissimo.
extract resources, we find more. And you can see on the right what has actually occurred with the key materials to the sustainable energy economy. Since 2000, as the sustainable energy economy has been growing and Tesla's been growing and all the industries around us have been growing, the actual resource availability has increased, not decreased.
Yeah, there still seems to be quite a bit of confusion about lithium. Lithium is extremely common. It's one of the most common elements on Earth.
Cioè, il litio c'è ovunque veramente.
There's no country that has a monopoly on lithium,
Yep.
or even close to it. There's enough lithium ore in the United States to electrify all of Earth. If the United States was the only place producing lithium, there's enough domestic material to electrify Earth. It's very common. The limiting factor is the refining of the lithium into battery-grade lithium hydroxide or lithium carbonate. That's the actual limiting factor.
And the same is true for these other materials.
Yes.
And this is, again, these are not like crazy technologies. It's just the investments need to be made, and the investments, they're not gigantic, they just need to happen.
Right. Nickel is maybe of them all the trickiest one to solve, but as we showed with the graph there, maybe need like 30% of the world's known nickel reserves. So,
and the nickel reserves have actually grown since
yes,
2000. So.
there is more. Yeah, exactly. So, and you only need nickel for basically aircraft, long-range boats, and very long-range cars or trucks. But the vast majority of the heavy lifting for electrification will be iron-based cells. And iron is actually literally the most common element on Earth.
Ah, batte col ferro.
Little trivia point. If you say, like, what is Earth made of? By mass, it is made of iron more than anything else. And second,
ci sta.
oxygen, and then everything else after that. So basically, we're a muddy rust ball is what Earth is. So an iron cathode is sort of, you're definitely not going to run out of iron. There's so much iron, it's insane.
Beh, catodo di ferro, cioè sì,
Yeah.
curioso.
Yeah, and ultimately, this resource extraction, we go through this effort, we build these batteries, and then we recycle these batteries. So ultimately,
Quello che dicevo prima.
we're doing this to build this sustainable energy economy, but the maintenance amount of ore that we require is really an order of magnitude or more, less, because of recycling. So in the end, economy and
Yeah, I mean, so the main message of today, and I really wanted today to be not just about Tesla investors who own stock, but really anyone who is an investor in Earth. And
Non solo chi ha le azioni.
what we're trying to convey is a message of hope and optimism, and optimism that is based on actual physics and real calculations. It's not wishful thinking. Earth can and will move to a sustainable energy economy, and will do so in your lifetime.
Lui è convinto anche nella sua vita. Io prima ero più pessimista, del tipo quando io sarò tipo ottantenne. Invece
And I just want to
Elon
welcome
ha un po' di più
up
di anni di
Lars
me,
and
è del
Franz to the
71.
stage.
Oh,
Hi, I'm Franz.
forse iniziano le cose un po'
Lead
più
design
succose.
at Tesla.
And I'm Lars. I've been doing vehicles with Franz for almost 13 years now.
Vediamo.
So I joined Tesla in 2008 to vertically integrate design into the company. It didn't exist before. It was a pretty small team. It was tasked with designing the most beautiful, innovative, and well-engineered vehicles on the planet. No small task in 2008. There was not a lot going on in the EV sector then. Since then, we focused on constant improvement in cost, efficiency, innovation, things that you'll continue to hear about today, while continuing to design the most desirable cars. Today, we produce cars differently than we did 10 years ago.
Wow.
But the end result is always an exciting, futuristic, and desirable set of vehicles.
Back then, we only had a handful of designers and engineers like myself, but we had a great vision to radically change transportation.
So back in 2008, where we were designing Model S, we didn't have a factory. In fact, we had a really small engineering team and a tiny design team. But that allowed design to lead all the conversations. It let us innovate forward-thinking ideas, like how do you fit 7 people into a sedan? Or how do you make door handles disappear into the doors? Or putting a huge touchscreen into the center of the vehicle, something that had never been done before.
And then we won Motor Trend Car of the Year.
Yes, and we won Motor Trend Car of the Year in 2013. Our first, great award, first car. Pretty good start. Kind of a home run, I think. But that whole process resulted in a linear process that you see on the screen. We designed first.
Qua mi aspetto che parlino della terza generazione.
Yeah, I mean, the
Questa è
thing
la
that's
prima.
really important. When we were designing the
Andranno
car
a
together,
farla
we
Model
didn't
3.
even know where we were going to build it. And so we came up with
I didn't even know Lars when we were
That's true. So once we got Fremont, we were very fortunate, and we figured out the manufacturing solution, sort of like we were flying a plane and putting the wings and building the engine at the same time. So we knew we had to do better.
Yeah, we knew we had to be better in order to scale. And as part of the master plan that you've read, Model 3 needed to be a smaller, more efficient,
Eccolo.
and more affordable version of Model S. But it had to be equally great. It had to have all the things that people loved in their Model S or Model X, but be much more affordable. And so we approached the process a little bit differently. than
Potrebbero
the
anche
first
annunciare il
time
prezzo del
around. Now
Cybertruck.
we had teams that we all worked together, so we were able to combine design, engineering, and manufacturing process all at the same time. But somewhere along the way, we changed the manufacturing process to be fully automated. And so we leaned into this whole new way of manufacturing a car, and we had already engineered it.
Gigacasting.
So things didn't quite go as well as planned.
It was an amazing product, but it landed us in production hell. Many of us who lived through that carry those battle scars. It was a great idea, but it wasn't the right timing. Like Franz said, automating something that we designed to be built manually is super hard. And we have many, many failed examples of that at the Fremont factory that we ripped out. But some of them eventually still work. This is one I actually worked on with a small team of engineers. It's still running today. And some of the engineers that came by said we couldn't do it are no longer with the company. It's running, and it's running faster than ever.
Non possiamo farlo. Ok, sei licenziato.
So we kind of self-imposed constraints on the design when we were doing it to be built manually, and we really didn't think about it. But despite all that, Model 3 is the best-selling EV ever.
Sì.
Yeah, and Model Y, which is derived from Model 3, is about to pass that. But we knew we had to improve the process further.
Eccolo,
And with Cybertruck,
Cybertruck.
we designed a vehicle around a vision that actually started with the manufacturing process. And in this case, the materials dictated the design.
Forming full-hard stainless steel isn't rocket science, but it sure isn't easy.
Comunque
And it
il
limited
tipo
the
di
way we
metallo
could do it.
utilizzato è brevettato
Yeah,
da Tesla.
absolutely. It really
Nella
forced us to
Cybertruck.
think about designing something in
La
a
Lega
way that you
Speciale.
couldn't normally stamp panels. You couldn't form them in a traditional way. So you ended up with very linear bending processes that are just not in automotive kind of language of manufacturing today. But it actually created a very efficient process and one of the most dynamic designs ever, I believe. It's definitely something that's going to change the road landscape.
Hopefully you guys saw it down there and you experienced it. It's definitely real. Those are real trucks. We're on our way to build them. But what that stainless steel opportunity did for us, it has let us rethink the factory footprint. We don't stamp those. That's a huge part of it. We don't even paint them. So our footprint got smaller, and we started to think about innovative ways to take those constraints and make great products.
But that constraint didn't really change the end result of the truck. It's a super dynamic truck, and it has all the functionality you would expect out of any of the other competitive trucks. And the best thing about it, it's coming this year.
Perfetto. Vabbè, ma già si sapeva che esce quest'anno.
So ideally, after all that, we would design, engineer, manufacture, and plan for automation happening together. It gives us the opportunity to question requirements. This is something that is fundamentally only available at Tesla. In the places I used to work and the top manufacturing companies in the world, they don't sit together.
Eccolo.
They're one team.
Nowhere I know has all these teams together thinking about these processes from the very beginning.
In fact, all of those engineering teams, manufacturing, design, automation, they're all in one org. They all report to one person. We can't point fingers at each other, so we have to solve them together, which is the best way to innovate.
Eccolo.
A traditional way of making a vehicle is this. You stamp it, you build a body in white, you paint it, and you do final assembly. And what's interesting is these shops are dictated by the organizational structures that exist. And they're dictated by the boundaries that exist in the factories that are laid out. If something goes wrong in final assembly, you block the whole line, and you end up with buffering in between. This is at the tail end of its manufacturing optimization. Henry Ford first invented this assembly line in 1922. It's been 100 years, and it's really hard to make a change after 100 years. And when you watch it happen, it's actually really silly to a guy like me. You take all these stamp panels, you put them together, then you put them in a framing station, you build a body that looks something like a car, put the doors on, and then you paint them. Once you get the color, you take the doors off, and then you start putting the interior inside the car. It comes in through the
non molto
openings that
efficiente,
already exist. I wish it went in like this big piece like this, but there's actually people coming in and out of the car. There's awkward movements. Then we lift the car up, we put stuff from underneath it, we put it down, then we put the seats in the car, and finally
Sì, l'ha
we
presentato
close
così
it all
sembra
off with glass and we bring those doors that went away for a trip, and we put them back in the car. Most of the time, we're doing this with a big giant car and moving it and doing really nothing to it at all.
What's funny though in this kind of whole process is that just recently Toyota just called this an engineering work of art.
Ah.
True.
Il commento di Toyota. Toyota qualche giorno fa ha detto che
That was
Tesla fa...
humbling, but at Tesla, it's not good enough. If we're going to scale the way we want to do, we have to rethink manufacturing again. As part of the master plan, we have to make another step change in cost. We started this on Model Y when we made these huge gigacastings, and we deleted hundreds of parts. We simplified assembly with the Model Y structural battery, where we decided the floor should be a part of the car. The battery is the floor. We put the seats and the interior on the battery.
Sì, la Model Y è
We bring it
estremamente più
up through a big
efficiente.
open hole and we assemble it. And this allowed us to do things in parallel, fully rethinking the process and reducing the final assembly line by about 10%. And we thought maybe we could do this other places.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, the constraints become part of the solution rather than a problem.
So when you think about what I'm trying to say, I really want to hammer this home.
Next
When
gen.
you have a car that's about 5 meters long and you have people working around it like we did in Model 3,
Sembra
and we
piccolissima
change
però.
that to this process where we take different parts of the car and we can do more at the same time, like we did with the Model Y structural battery pack. What you see here is us doing that on the front part of the vehicle or the rear part of the vehicle. That means we can get more people working on the car, or robots, working on it at the same time. That means we have better operator density, less time doing nothing. I call that space-time efficiency. It has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. We can have that conversation later. But we get 44% more operator density, which means more work, less time walking back to the station, 30% improvement in space-time efficiency. And because we're not building it in and out of the car with those slow movements of those robots I showed you from production hell, when we go to automate it, it's going to be a lot easier. In the end, that will probably look something like this, where we balance parallel and
pensavo ci
series
fosse la foto!
manufacturing in a way where we only do things that are necessary, with a much shorter final line, blocking a lot less of the entire rest of the factory, so we can optimize material flow using the best practice.
Fai la foto?
And what that means, it's going to look something like this, where we build all the sides of the cars independently, we only paint what we need to, and then we assemble the parts of the car once and only once. We put them where they need to go. The interior is attached from a bottom-up or a top-down strategy, so there's more access for those robots and people. We aren't moving heavy objects around and doing nothing to it. And it means we're doing more work on the car more of the time.
Ok, mi sembra una bella idea, però dai,
We
assemblatela.
take all of these tested sub-assemblies and we put them together. We finally assembled the car only one time, putting
È
the sides
piccolissimo.
on with all of their parts to a front and rear that was already assembled, carrying the floor in with the seats, and finally boxing it out with the doors one time, just like Cybertruck. So in the end, you get the same car,
No, è la stessa macchina.
but it's not going to be a Model Y.
Yeah, this is not. Yeah. This is a Model Y for illustration, not
Ah.
a next-gen vehicle.
Ah! Non è la... sì, non...
To increase the scale and adoption of electric
Che
vehicles
trick.
on the orders of magnitude that we just showed you, we have to make constraints part of the solution. It leads us to greater than 40% reduction in footprint.
50% riduzione dei costi,
With less capex and more output
che è quello che dicevo prima.
per unit. Faster, less capex, more output per unit dollar. Zach's going to go into more details on this later, but it also means through this innovation and some of what my other engineering colleagues are going to talk to you about in the future, we'll reduce costs as much as 50%. This is the 2-for-1 concept you hear me and Elon talking about on earnings calls.
Dai,
Yeah, so I think our track record proves that we can deliver the best cars.
sono bravi ad alzare l'hype,
in spite
sono
of,
bravetti.
because of these constraints. And I'd love to really show you what I mean and unveil the next gen car. But you're going to have to trust me on that until a later date. And I promise we'll always be delivering exciting, compelling, and desirable vehicles, like as we always have.
Have we ever not? We
Yeah.
always do.
But what else is Tesla known for?
Speed. So with that,
Vuoi
we'll
di-
bring on
allora,
Colin,
allora,
who's in charge of
spero di
making
aver
cars
capito
go fast.
later in the day e non later in generale, perché se non la mostri oggi mi arrabbio.
Thank you, Lars. Thank you, Franz. My name
Cioè,
is
ci sta che lo
Campbell,
mostrino
and
alla
I have
fine
the
di
real
tutto questo
privilege of
cerchietto.
leading powertrain engineering here at Tesla. We make the fastest cars that you can buy for the money, whether they're electric or gas. And the Model S Plaid that we're looking at here, it has more than 1,000 horsepower. And pound per pound, the motors in that car are as powerful as jet engines. Our cars are super fun. People absolutely love driving them. And the other thing that you probably all know about our powertrains is that they're efficient. Our cars go 25 to 30% further than other EVs in our class for the same amount of efficiency. But at Tesla, efficiency means more than just reducing how much energy the cars use. It's about how we develop, how we manufacture, how we refine, and how we scale the powertrain. Now, the Model 3 and Y powertrain is a great example of this broader meaning of efficiency. So since we launched it back in 2017, we've continuously improved that powertrain and the factory that builds it. So the drive unit, the engine of the car, is 20% lighter for the same power. We use 25% less heavy rare earths than when we started. And the powertrain factory, which is behind me today, is 75% smaller and 65% cheaper than the one that we originally built. And what I really want to emphasize is that we did all of this out as powerful. They go just the same output. So how did we do that? We did it by designing the entire vehicle and the entire factory together as one company. And this sets Tesla apart. We have small and highly capable teams. And to make a critical decision, we can have the battery cell chemists, the mechanical engineers, the manufacturing engineers, the supply chain team, the automation designers, the software programmers, all in one room, working together in real time. And that allows us to make decisions that are best for the whole car and to make them really fast. And that approach is unlike traditional automotive engineering, which is really fractured. And if you were to go buy like a premium German electric car, the engineers who designed the drive inverter in that car, they did not work for that car company. They worked for a contractor. And at Tesla, we designed the entire car and the factory that built it.
Consulenza,
I want to highlight a
consulenza.
few examples of what we've been able to do in-house thanks to that unique approach. So, inside the charger of your Tesla are transistor packages, and that's at the top of your screen here. And every electron that moves you down the road flows through one of these packages. We designed our own custom package.
Questo dovrebbe anche essere l'hardware 4.
We can extract twice as much heat out of that package as what we could buy off the shelf. And so what does that mean? It means that the silicon carbide wafer that's inside those packages can be much smaller. And silicon carbide is an amazing semiconductor, but it's also expensive and it's really hard
E
to
non so,
scale.
appunto, non so se è later
So using
today
less of it is a
o
big win for
later
us.
day.
And then on top of that, orchestrating all of these transistors and making them switch in the right ways is computationally extremely intensive. It used to require 4 microprocessors, which are shown here in the bottom left.
Poi è ovvio che
We
deve
have
presentarla
developed a
Elon.
custom
Non la presenteranno
microprocessor.
mai questi che
It's
chiacchierano, dai.
purpose-built for high power electronics. It's half the cost, and it does in just one the job of all of those 4. And these are just 2 examples of many that I could use to showcase our expertise in high power electronics. And that expertise has allowed us to take the cost of the chargers that were in our Model S when we launched it in 2012, both the cost and the mass, and cut both of those in half. And even more important, the power electronics, they're central not just to our cars. They're also central to our superchargers, and to our energy storage products, and Rebecca and Mike will be talking more about that.
Bene.
So in addition to the work that we've done in software and hardware, we've also done a lot of work in-house on software. So this is the drive unit for Model 3 and Y, and if we take a cross-section, we see the stator and the rotor, and they're responsible for the core function of the drive unit, which is converting electricity into motion. And our custom software lets us simulate the rotating magnetic field that is responsible for that conversion. And getting that simulation exactly right, it's central to the cost, the weight, the size, and even the sound of the drive unit.
Sì, non è proprio banale.
Now, you can buy software that will do all of this, but our tools are faster and they're more accurate, and that was not easy to do. And that allows us to quickly iterate through millions of possible drive unit designs to find the best one. I want to highlight one more area where Tesla really excels because we integrate work that is often farmed out. So when you are making a new product, it's not enough to think about the product itself. You have to think about how you're going to make it at scale.
Ah, certo.
So Tesla, our powertrain and our powertrain
Non basta
manufacturing
aver l'idea.
equipment is both designed under one roof. The engineers who are designing the motor, they are in the same room as the engineers who are designing the machine that's going to put that motor together. And that collaboration pushes us from day one to design products that are not only high performance, but are really easy to assemble. So,
Che è il vantaggio competitivo
all of this
principale di
expertise
Tesla.
that we have in the powertrain team, in hardware, in software, in manufacturing, it's going to have a major impact on our next platform. In our next powertrain, those silicon carbide transistors that I mentioned that are
Ancora quelle
key component but expensive, we figured out a way to use 75% less without compromising the performance or the efficiency of the car. And of course we know that battery cell supply is one of the constraints on the scalability of
Questa
EVs
prima
right now.
è quella che aveva
Our new powertrain is compatible with any
il TAM
battery
più alto,
chemistry.
700 milioni.
And that will give us great flexibility in battery sourcing. If we want to make EVs more accessible to people, they have to be cheaper.
Ah, certo.
We've reduced the drive unit cost to about $1,000. And we don't think any other automaker is even close to that number.
$1.000?
Finally, the bigger a factory is, the longer it takes to build.
Solo per,
Build the
per il
same number of
motore.
cars from a smaller factory, we are going to be able to scale EV production faster. Our next powertrain factory is 50% smaller than the one that's behind me today, even though it has the same capacity.
Wow.
All of these improvements, I think, are going to be transformative for the adoption of EVs and our ability to scale them.
Ma $1.000 è
One thing that I
clamoroso.
want to highlight. So I talked about how we had reduced the amount of rare earth in our powertrains. And as the world transitions to clean energy, the demand for rare earth is really increasing dramatically. And not only is it going to be a little hard to meet that demand, but mining that rare earth, it has environmental and health risks. So we want to do even better than this. We have designed our next drive unit, which uses a permanent magnet motor, to not use any rare earth materials at all.
Wow.
So how does all this fit into the master plan?
Wow.
We can make lower cost products that are still efficient and compelling, and we can make them at scale. We're going to use less of constrained commodities, silicon carbide, rare earths. We're going to build them all in compact and high output factories that are easy for us to build quickly.
Questo è
We're
clamoroso.
going to make that easy to scale powertrains all the way up to the levels that Drew and Elon mentioned at the beginning.
Questo è
This
veramente...
achievement, like all of the achievements that I mentioned today, it's only possible because of the incredible people on our powertrain teams. They are absolutely committed to the cause of sustainable energy, and that is why we can do what no other company can do.
Sì.
Thank you.
Bravo.
So next I'd like to welcome my colleagues Pete Bannon and David Lau.
No, questa cosa del motore è clamorosa. Che costi $1.000 e che non abbia terre rare.
Good afternoon,
Wow.
everybody, and welcome to Texas. Pictured here is the low voltage system of a Model S from 2012. This car was primarily designed with vendor source controllers integrated by Tesla. There are over 300 low voltage devices that encompass
Sì,
everything
però
from the
occhio che
mundane,
solo il motore è
like the
zero.
light in
Le
the
batterie
glove
ce l'hanno
box,
ancora.
to the complicated, like the infotainment computer, to the safety critical, like the airbags, steer-by-wire, and
Mamma mia, che
brake-by-wire.
casino che sembra.
The low voltage harness is built from individual wires cut to length,
Ah, che
trimmed
roba.
and inserted into connectors, a manual process that is tedious, error-prone, and doesn't scale
Decisamente
well.
non efficiente.
Going forward, we want to reduce the size and complexity of the harness and enable automated manufacturing.
These wire harnesses introduce extraordinary complications, especially in the early stages of development and bring up of a vehicle, because when we're trying to bring up this entire system and we see that it's not working properly, we don't know whether it's a problem with the software, with the controller, the processor, any of the endpoints in this entanglement of wires, and so we have to go and debug everything all at once, and Pete's going to tell us about how we're going to make it better.
So I'm going to talk briefly about a few things that we've changed over the years since the Model S. With the Model 3, Tesla started designing an increasing share of our controllers by merging controllers together, and we were able to simplify the design with a significant reduction in wire count and weight. Going from S to 3, we reduced the wire harness by 17 kilograms compared to Model S.
Wow,
This is a pretty
17
big
kg.
deal, and just to put that into context, our VP of Engineering, Lars, will deliver a bottle of your favorite spirit to your desk if you manage to save a kilogram of weight from the car. And this improvement cost him quite a lot.
Per ogni chilo che fai risparmiare ti
Original
regala
Model 3
una
controllers were
bottiglia.
enhanced and then built into Model Y. Those improved controllers were then moved back into Model 3 when we introduced the heat pump. At that point, we had shared controllers across both cars, which helped simplify our supply chain. Those Model 3 and Y controller designs were then updated and enhanced for the new versions of Model S and X that we introduced in 2021. For Cybertruck, we are now designing 85% of the controllers in the car. For the next gen platform, we're going to finish the job and be designing 100% of the controllers to give us full control of the design and the supply chain at the component level. Having full control of the supply chain at the component level has been critical to Tesla over the last few years as the supply constraints have hampered our ability to build cars.
And with that control comes control over all the software, which enables us to develop features and functionality that we never even dreamed of at the time we designed the hardware. So that's why you see software in your car is getting better and better over time in ways that we didn't even think of when we designed the hardware in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah, Sentry Mode is one of my favorite last-minute
One of my
changes.
favorites.
With the introduction of Model 3 in 2017, we deleted relays and fuses from the car in favor of e-fuses.
Senza
E-fuses
fusibili.
replace moving parts with solid-state transistors. They
Ma
provide
questo è già successo.
fine-grained control of the power system to software and allow software to do advanced things like load shedding in the car under adverse conditions. E-fuses also allow for software-controlled retries for transient faults, and they allow for detailed monitoring of the power system over time.
Yeah, the theme you hear a lot about today is software-controlled hardware. And when I think about that in my team, software-controlled hardware is fundamentally about being able to sidestep what otherwise would have been static trade-offs between one attribute or another in a piece of hardware. We are able, with software, to instill intelligence, context awareness, and context-specific behavior into what otherwise would have been a piece of hardware that had to get optimized for one type of scenario. We get more of everything.
Comunque è già passata un'ora.
In 2022, we completed the transition from lead-acid batteries to lithium-ion batteries, and which use a new toolless connector. We expect
Leggermente
lithium-ion
diverso
batteries
il
to last
tipo di
for the life
batteria.
of the car, so don't expect anyone to wake up
Posto
to
del
a
piombo.
dead battery ever again. This eliminates a major source of failures for our car. And the toolless connector makes it easier to service the car, and it also includes a software feature to allow validation that the connector has been properly installed at the end of a service event, which removes another source of failures in our cars. Obviously, the mass and volume savings are also significant, which is super helpful. At Tesla, we're always trying to improve every single component in the car, and a nice example of that is the 15-inch display that was originally shipped in the 2017 Model 3.
Mamma mia.
Over time, the cost of the display has gone down 24%. We've been able to reduce the weight by 12%, and we've reduced the power by 33%. At the same time, we've increased the brightness of the display by 50% and improved the color accuracy. So this is one of our favorite things at Tesla, is to make a component cheaper and better. At Tesla, the drive to improve efficiency in the car is never ending. I think of it as like peeling a carrot. You just take a swipe at it, a little bit falls off, doesn't really make much of a difference. But if you just keep at it, over time it accumulates into a pretty significant improvement. One of the changes that we're looking to make right now is to change something that's been steady for the last 60 years, 12 volts. 12 volts has been, as I said, for 60 years. The demand for power in the car has been steadily increasing to the point where we now have to have pretty large wires to drive over 200 amps of current around the car, which increases the mass and cost. With Cybertruck and all future Tesla platforms, we will be moving to 48 volts. This reduces the current needed by a factor of 4. And since the power loss in the harness is resistance times the square of the current, a 4x reduction in current leads to a 16x reduction in lost power while distributing energy in the car. That allows for smaller wires, smaller e-fuses, and smaller controllers. It also allows us to make those heat sinks smaller, or in many cases remove it completely, all benefiting the car in terms of mass and weight. 48 volts is the future for low voltage design at Tesla, and likely the rest of the industry in due course.
We welcome and encourage other OEMs and the entire supplier network to join us on this evolution.
You bet. The number of wires in the car is driven by the number of endpoints that need to be powered and controlled. In the past,
già un miglioramento abbastanza
spanning the entire car. For Cybertruck design, we have moved to a local controller where the wire is connected to the nearest controller, and those controllers are connected over Ethernet. Wires are routed to the nearest controller where the data is converted into a network packet for transmission to the correct location of the car. To be effective, the network must be reliable, have low latency, and low jitter, and these are all attributes that we've been able to achieve with the current design. The design has eliminated most of the cross-car wires in Cybertruck, and with the next-gen platform, we're going to finish the job and eliminate all of them.
This consolidated vehicle network allows us also to make a whole lot more dynamic changes on the fly to how components in the vehicle talk to each other, rather than the traditional approach of separate CAN buses that are spread throughout the vehicle.
Yeah,
and fixed in hardware.
And one of the nice things is that you can see the entire vehicle possible in that for debug. For the next-gen platform, we're looking to optimize the controller design across the entire car.
Ancora non fanno vedere niente.
Not just for a given
Però questo vuol dire che la next gen è superiore al Cybertruck.
48 volts will allow us to reduce the size.
Invece si diceva che il Cybertruck fa parte della next gen.
And it's one of the key things to enabling us to scale production of the low voltage systems for the Master Plan 3. David?
Cool.
So I joined Tesla in 2012, and even in those very early days of the Model S, we already had the ability to update software over the air in all of the controllers throughout the entire vehicle, at a time when other cars were just starting to update software in only their infotainment units. And furthermore, we've had sophisticated, anonymized data telemetry capabilities that allow us to understand how the fleet is doing, what customers are doing with it, and how it's responding in the field to that usage. These two capabilities combined, OTA updates and data insights, give us the ability to iterate quickly on our software and to maximize the amount that we learn and proceed and the progress that we make in every one of those iterations. We've used these capabilities to inform countless design decisions in both software and hardware.
Yeah, one example is that we were able to monitor and track the use of the sunroof in our cars and found that our customers never use their sunroof. So we made this easy decision to remove it.
Elon potrebbe entrare con l'auto
Haven't
nuova,
had sunroofs for a while.
ma è impossibile che ce l'abbiano prodotta.
As another example, we are able to use our collision data to design our crash safety systems for what happens in the real world, far beyond what regulatory and consumer ratings tests
In
prescribe.
effetti.
And then furthermore, we're able to use that data to recreate in simulation all of those crashes every single time we make a change to the vehicle's design
Pazzesco.
or to the software that controls the airbags and other restraint systems. Here on this graph,
Simulano tutti
the
gli
gray
incidenti
dots that
fatti.
show up first
Wow.
are specific crash tests that are prescribed by regulatory and consumer ratings agencies throughout the whole world. And the
Comunque
rest
Elon
of the
sta
color that
twittando.
fills in around and on top of it, those represent the crashes that we've seen happen in the real world. Those are what we design for and what we test to.
Right. And last year, this data was used to change the algorithm for seatbelt tensioning to reduce injuries in the field, which was OTA.
Ma sta
for all of
twittando
our
robe
cars.
sulla Crimea, cioè ha risposto a una roba sulla Crimea. Vabbè.
Here are a few statistics that demonstrate how staggeringly quickly we gain new insights from the anonymized data that we've received from the fleet every day. Every day, 123 million miles driven,
Mamma
1.9 million charge sessions, and those rates are only increasing
Pazzesco.
as we deliver more and more cars into the world.
È
As another
assurdo,
example,
Cioè, quanti
we've
dati hanno?
analyzed patterns in the way the fleet drives and
Quanti dati hanno?
charges to optimally size battery packs for our next generations of vehicles. And you'll hear lots of other examples throughout the rest of the day about how we're using data to inform decisions in the product and in manufacturing. So you've heard a lot from Pete, Colin, and others about how important vertical integration is for us in hardware, but it's especially important for us in software. And this is extremely difficult from the way the rest of the traditional automotive supply chain is set up. In most situations, all the controllers in the car are delivered by different Tier 1 suppliers, whose software is written by Tier 2 suppliers, who farm some of that software out to different Tier 3 suppliers, and so on and so on. Making a change that spans multiple components takes months of coordination before any work can even start. And furthermore, integration of software in the server side with what's happening in our vehicles has always been a core part of our DNA and enables us to do things that nobody else can. Most engineers think about the vehicle as a complete, consolidated, fully contained system. But in the software team, we think about the system as including the vehicle as well as all of our back-end server-side applications and infrastructure and the resultant feedback loop from the entire fleet that informs all the decisions we make as an engineering team.
Sì, l'integrazione
For
di Tesla.
example, we recently released a feature in
Assurdo.
Model S and X that automatically, predictively adjusts and raises the suspension for ride comfort before the car hits a section of rough road. We do that by leveraging the fleet to generate a map of road roughness everywhere our cars drive.
Pazzesco.
Sounds pretty simple, but requires coordination of software across a number of different components inside and outside of the car.
Pazzesco.
The restraint control module, whose inertial measurement
Cioè, aggiusta le
unit senses the
sospensioni.
road roughness. The autopilot
Così l'auto
computer,
sobbalza meno,
whose
in base a
GPS
come
module and
sono state
localizer
le auto prima
figure out
di
where the
lei.
car is in the world.
Fuori di testa.
Our navigation server, which aggregates the anonymized telemetry from the fleet and annotates our map with things like updated speed limits, lane topology, and now, road roughness. The
Pazzesco.
onboard navigation engine, which looks ahead of the route that the car is traveling on and determines whether things are about to get rough. And finally, the air suspension controller, which takes all of those factors into account and decides continuously whether it is appropriate to adjust the suspension for ride comfort. And
Questa roba è
before we
folle.
release this feature to the world,
Ma
we
perché me
sent
dovresti farlo?
prototype
Cioè, come ti è
versions
venuto in
of it
mente?
to the entire fleet
Cioè, è
that ran
bellissima, ma-
passively in the background,
Assurdo.
sending us anonymous data about every time it would have engaged, which taught us exactly how it was going to behave in the wild, in every environment, in every circumstance.
Yeah, being able to test new algorithms in the background without impacting the car is really critical ability for us, especially for safety critical.
Cioè, riescono a ricreare ogni situazione che vedono.
And we've used it to iterate on early versions of our stability control algorithms, which were introduced to the entire Model 3 fleet in 2017 with extremely high confidence, even on a very foundational and safety critical function. Okay.
Sono stupido.
So far, you've heard me talk a lot about how we leverage our software systems to iterate quickly on the customer-facing product. But what I haven't talked about, and what we haven't said much about publicly in general, is how we leverage these capabilities in our own internal operations. So for example, in the early days of manufacturing Model S, we very quickly realized that there are a lot of different ways you could misassemble a car. You could forget to plug in a wire, you could not fully set a connector, you could pull a part from the wrong bin.
Infatti.
So when we designed our manufacturing processes for Model 3 and all of our other vehicles going forward, we took a page from the software playbook which says, test early and test often. And we applied that mantra to every single car that we build at every step of the assembly line.
Giusto.
So now, when a production associate plugs something into the car, the central car computer sees that connection, confirms that it's the correct part for the type of car that's supposed to be built,
Così aumenti
installs a software
l'efficienza.
update if necessary, checks configurations and
Perché non ti
calibrations,
dimentichi un
and runs a
connettore per
barrage of
sbaglio.
tests on that thing and all the other things that
Cioè
are
sembra una
connected to it.
stupidaggine,
And if
però
it finds an
l'ha
anomaly
fatto.
that can't be fixed purely with software, it throws an alert immediately that is displayed prominently on the vehicle's display, as well as sent to back-end command and control systems, so that a human can come over and fix the problem before the rest of the car gets built on top of it.
Ah sì.
And we're taking a similar approach in service through a combination of onboard vehicle diagnostics, natural language processing applied to customer narratives when a customer schedules a service appointment, and a suite of internally developed tools. We are successfully diagnosing, scheduling, and ordering parts for over 33% of customer concerns in service.
Yep, and we also use testers built around our own controllers to test sub-assemblies before they get to the car, which will be even more important as we go to Lars's unboxed assembly strategy.
100%. We'll know with extremely high confidence that before those boxes get put together, that they are assembled, they themselves are assembled correctly. Okay, you've heard at lots of other events about all the awesome things that our autopilot and AI teams are doing to make the car drive itself, bringing us into the future of autonomy. But we've also been thinking for years about all of the other pieces that we are going to need to manage a network of autonomous vehicles. A lot of this has been happening behind the scenes in the form of platform-level functionality that we'll leverage later. But you've seen some of it surface already in terms of features that our customers
I
and our
Tesla
internal
Profiles
operations
sono
teams can
molto
benefit from.
interessanti.
Like in 2021, we built on top of our mobile app Phone Key and gave our customers the ability to share their car with anyone by sending them an invitation in a text message or an email.
Sì, sì, sì.
Last year, we introduced profile synchronization, which synchronizes your seat, steering, and mirror positions, as well as your settings,
In ottica
media
robotaxi
favorites, and stored
clamorosa. Che io ti
navigation
mando il link,
locations across all
tu puoi
vehicles
vedere
in your
l'auto
account.
col tuo profilo.
Internally, we have an app that allows our personnel in engineering, manufacturing, delivery, and logistics to view, locate, and drive all Tesla-owned vehicles at their site. And when customers bring their car into service, when they receive a Tesla-owned service loaner vehicle, we are starting at some locations to automatically add that vehicle to the customer's mobile app account, so that combined with cloud-synchronized profiles and Phone Key,
Curioso che
it's a
fanno il video
completely
a
seamless
un
experience. As soon as
a
the
un
customer
Android
walks up to
comunque.
that loaner, it behaves and feels exactly like their own car. And all this is built on top of end-to-end encryption and cryptographically signed commands,
Ci mancherebbe altro.
so that customer data remains private and obscure, and the fleet only trusts commands from authorized parties. So that's a bit of a preview
Controlliamo.
of all the pieces that we're building, looking ahead to our future of autonomous fleets.
Secondo me ha twittato
Synchronization,
altro. Perché si
missions
annoia nel
management,
backstage.
security, and privacy. And that has been a whirlwind tour through some of the things that we're doing behind the scenes to enable the efficiency, cost reduction, and speed that we are going to need for our next phase of growth,
No, non ha
for the
twittato
next
niente.
phase of the master plan. And so now, to tell us about the latest in full self-driving,
35 secondi fa sì.
I'd like to introduce the show.
Ha commentato un LOL.
Thanks, David and Pete. Hey everyone, my name is Ashok Keliswamy. I work on autopilot and self-driving.
Ah, lui è forte. Ha
I
l'accento
joined
indiano,
Tesla
per
back in
forza è forte.
2014, so I've been working on this problem for almost 9 years now. Yeah, some of you might be wondering, hey, what's the self-driving got to do with the plan to a sustainable future? But it's actually a critical part of this plan, and here's why.
Ma sta veramente twittando di
Currently,
tutto
when the car is not being used, it is sitting idly in parking lots, not doing anything. But when autonomy is truly unlocked, this car, instead of being idle, can go serve other customers. This fundamentally reduces the need to scale manufacturing to extreme levels, because each car is being used way more.
Comunque, vabbè, Elon ha commentato a uno che aveva
But this is
scritto,
no trivial
cioè
problem.
era un meme sul
Building
fatto
a
che per ora non c'è
scalable
niente che a Wall
self-driving
Street
system is, I think,
piaccia
one of the
e quindi
hardest
domani taglieranno il
real-world
price
AI
target del
problems out there right
25% e lui ha risposto lol.
Nonetheless, we at Tesla have made significant strides in making one of the most general systems at solving this problem. There are three main parts to get right to build a scalable problem. First is the architecture of the AI system. Second is the data, and third is the compute. We'll start with the architecture. At Tesla, we are betting on AI
generalized
neural
vision
networks to
system,
help
vediamo,
us
vediamo.
build a general vision and planning system. In the early days, we used to have single camera, single frame
Questi video
neural
sono già
networks
stati visti
that
dalla
produce some
idea di
outputs. These were stitched
ottobre,
together
settembre.
in some post-processing steps for the planner. But this was very brittle and was not leading to great success. So what we did in the last few years is transition most of our stack into this multi-camera video neural networks.
Ah.
These neural networks take in the live feed from the car in real time of the 8 cameras in the car and produce a single unified 3D output space.
Sì.
There are many tasks that we produce, such as the presence of obstacles, their motion, lanes, roads, traffic lights, what have you. This is one example output that you're seeing here. This is from our occupancy network that predicts the positions of obstacles and their motion.
Ma l'abbiamo già visto.
You can see that it precisely captures the swervy, violent motion of this truck next to us. And this helps the planning system to avoid a collision with this object. Some of the tasks, such as lane connectivity, are more complicated to model using naive methods in computer vision. So we don't stop at the computer
questo
vision
l'abbiamo
techniques,
visto.
but we reach out to techniques in other areas, such as language modeling, reinforcement learning, to model this task. This is similar. These networks use similar techniques, such as transformers, attention modules, autoregressive modeling of
Per ora veramente
tokens,
abbastanza,
similar
cioè,
to what large
carino,
language models
però.
like ChatGPT do out there.
Giustamente
With such
bisogna
an
accennare a
end-to-end
ChatGPT,
system
sennò.
of solving perception, we have really removed the brittle post-processing steps and produced high-quality outputs for the planning system. Even the planning system is not stuck in the old ways. It is now starting to use more and more AI systems to solve this problem. The neural network-based planners are needed especially in complicated urban planning when there's a lot of other objects interacting with us. This is, for example, an intersection where we have to turn left while yielding to crossing objects and to the pedestrians crossing the road. We have to do this both safely and smoothly while respecting everyone's right of way and preferences. If this was done naively, each configuration would take 10 milliseconds of compute, and there are easily thousands of configurations to reason about. This would not be feasible using traditional compute. But using AI, we have packaged all of this into a 50 millisecond compute budget so it can run in real time.
Ma già lo sappiamo questo.
The second big piece of this puzzle is the
Autolabelling,
data.
già lo sappiamo.
This is where Tesla has a unique advantage because it can tap
Sì,
into the feed.
questo non lo fa nessun altro
tap
nel
into the
mondo,
fleet
cioè
to access
in nessun
the
livello.
exact data that can fix the problems. But raw data is not sufficient.
Ora
In order to train these
simulazioni.
networks, you
Ma
need
sembra un
label
replay,
data.
l'ho già
You
ben
need
già visto.
labels to supervise the networks. And if you only depended on the human labelers, this data would be too tiny to train these large multi-camera video modules. We need lots and lots of data to train these networks. Hence, we have built a sophisticated auto-labeling pipeline that collects data from the fleet, runs computational algorithms in our data center, and then produces the labels to train these networks. Here, you are seeing a 3D reconstruction that is happening by collecting various clips from different cars in the fleet and assembling them, all of them together into a single unified representation of the world around the car. You can see
Bene.
all the lanes, the road boundaries, curb, crosswalks, even the text on the road being accurately reconstructed by these algorithms.
Sì, non so perché stanno ripercorrendo l'AI, cioè
We don't have to
la
stop at this kind of
AI
reconstruction.
di
Once we
di
have this
ottobre,
base
settembre, quando è
reconstruction,
stato.
we can build
Cioè, l'abbiamo già
various
viste tutte
simulations
queste
on top
cose.
of it to produce an infinite variety of data to train for all the corner cases. We have a capable simulator that can synthesize adversarial weather, lighting conditions, and even the motion of other objects to test all the corner cases that might even be rare in the real world. Here's an example of why this data is critical and how we can solve problems using data. So back in the days, for example, in this case, we had some false braking where we thought this car
Dai,
that's
su.
actually parked there
L'abbiamo
was
già
going to
visto
move into our
1000
path,
volte.
and hence we were precautiously braking.
Cioè 1000 no, però.
But it is unnecessary because the car is fully
Chiaro che
parked.
secondo me
So how can we solve
9
this?
su
What we
10
did was we
non sanno
mined the
cosa,
fleet
cioè,
for similar
di cosa
cases
si sta
where the car
parlando,
false
però.
braking
L'abbiamo già
due to
visto.
some parked car. We added 14,000 videos to our training set, and then once we train the networks again with this new data, it now correctly understands that, okay, there is no driver in this car, hence it must be parked, so then there is no need to brake. And this is a systematic
Poi
way
per
to solve
fortuna c'è
problems.
Q&A,
On
dai.
the chart on the right side, you can see that every time we add data, the performance improves. And then we can do this for every kind of task that we have in our system.
Comunque nessuno guarderà mai questa live a
And this is
posteriori.
what we
Cioè,
call as data engine.
chi sta in live,
We
grazie.
identify
Chi
challenging
no,
cases, such as
oops.
the one you saw earlier, and there could be other different types of challenging cases too. We mine the fleet for such data, put it through our auto labeling system, and produce the labels, add it to the training set, and once we have the newly trained models, we deploy them to the fleet.
Dai, su.
If we rinse and repeat this process, everything gets better and better.
Ah. Ma poi l'hanno lasciato solo sul palco, poverino.
The final critical piece
Di
is the
solito erano
compute.
sempre in due, no?
In order to
Questo
train
da
these
solo?
large models in a reasonable amount of time, you need lots of compute. In
Dai,
addition,
parla di Dojo
compute is
adesso,
also
mamma
required
mia.
to produce the labels automatically.
Che è
Not just compute
importantissimo.
in our data centers. In addition,
Però,
we also have
storicamente-
high computers in the car which can run up to like 150 teraops of compute.
Boh, 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 boh.
On the back end, we have a 14,000
Cosa sta facendo in
GPU
after?
cluster,
Tesla.
and roughly 30% is used for auto labeling, and the remaining 70% is used
Ah,
for
probabilmente
training.
sell the news, come avevamo detto all'inizio.
We
Meno
also have
2,6 ci
30
sta.
petabyte of video
Wall
cache.
Street si
This is
aspettava
growing
chissà che
to
annunci, non c'è
200
niente per
petabytes.
ora,
All of this is going to significantly increase
Cioè,
once we
Ci sono
bring
cose
Dojo, which is
ingegneristiche,
our training
tecnologiche
computer,
che
on board
a
into
Wall
this.
Street non frega niente.
Just to give a reference, just the occupancy networks that you saw earlier use 1.4 billion frames to train these networks. We have already shipped our FSD beta software to pretty much everyone that has bought it in United States and Canada. This amounts to roughly 400,000 customers who can turn it on anywhere, and then the car would attempt to drive to the destination. It's still supervised, but
Beh,
it
effettivamente
can already
tecnicamente non è ancora
handle
10
turns,
volte
stop
più
at traffic
sicuro.
lights, yield with other
6 e
objects,
mezzo
and
volte più
generally get to the
sicuro dell'essere
destination.
umano con l'FSD.
We have observed that people who use FSD are already 5 to 6x safer than the US
5 to 6,
national average.
anche più di 6. Non è 10, dai.
Like I
non è
mentioned
10.
earlier, the solution to scalable FSD is getting the AI architecture, the data, and the compute just right. And we have assembled a world-class team to execute on this. We are pushing the frontier on these three items, and as we improve the safety, the reliability, and the comfort of our system, we can then unlock driverless operations, which
Sì, ma sono
then
d'accordo.
makes
Sono
the car
d'accordo.
be used
Cioè,
way more
la prima
than
parte
what
con
it's used
Elon
right now.
interessante. Ciclo produttivo
Further, I'd
interessante
introduce,
e poi
Elon
però
back on
così
stage,
tanti
to
dettagli, cioè
give some more updates.
per carità ci sta, però boh. Annuncia ciò che deve annunciare. È tornato! Dai, che almeno Elon magari rallegra un po'. Cosa deve fare Elon adesso? Ah, è certo, deve parlare del suo amichetto.
Instead of
Optimus,
rotating the
ci sta.
arms and legs just separate.
Ah, se l'ha spento. Perché si è spento la gamba?
We have a whole lab full of arms and legs.
Abbiamo un'intera stanza piena di gambe e braccia. Ma secondo voi è un bot che costruisce un altro bot?
Bearing in mind that when we did AI Day,
Wow.
this version of Optimus didn't work at all. So the rate of improvement here, I think, is quite.
Questo è clamoroso.
It's obviously not doing parkour.
Non fa parkour
but,
ancora.
It is walking around, and
Wow.
we have multiple copies, I suppose.
No! Ma cosa dici?
The thing that's
No, ma questo è
I
folle.
think Tesla brings to the table that others don't have is that we have the
Ma questo è folle.
AI. We're the most advanced in real world AI. So the same
Ed è AI, cioè non
AI
è
that
programmato per fare
drives
quell'azione,
the
è intelligenza
car,
artificiale, cioè paradigma diverso.
which you can think of the car really as a robot
Ma
on wheels.
c'erano due bot che stavano costruendo un terzo bot.
So as we solve real world AI, and I don't think there's anyone even close to Tesla on solving real world AI.
Ma è folle.
That same computer and software goes into Optimus. So it's not that helpful to have a humanoid robot if you have to program every individual action. It needs to be able to walk around autonomously and solve tasks.
Pazzesco, ma che progresso hanno fatto in 6 mesi?
By showing visually what the robot needs to do, or just telling it what to do. So, so I think that's a key advantage that we have. And then we also are good at designing things for manufacturing, and then manufacturing itself. So the actuators in
Cioè il
Optimus
bot
are
che
all
costruirà le
custom-designed
macchine.
Tesla actuators. So we designed the
In futuro.
electric motor, the
7 anni.
gearbox, the power electronics, obviously the battery pack, and everything else that goes into Optimus. We were quite surprised to find how little was available off the shelf, because there's a vast number of electric motors, gearboxes and whatnot that are available in the world, and we found none of them were useful in a humanoid robot, literally none. So
E quindi ce li siamo dovuti costruire, certo,
you
come
have
al
to
solito.
custom design the actuators for a humanoid robot. And so the same team that designed the groundbreaking electric motors that are in the Model S Plaid designed the actuators in the robot. So, I mean, for practical purposes, what this means is that we should be able to bring an actual product to market at scale that is useful far faster than anyone else.
Ah, certo.
And assuming the things I'm saying are true, or at least you can put it, I think they are true. It's just a question of the timing. You start getting into interesting questions of like, what's the ratio of humans to humanoid robots? I think it might be greater than 1-to-1.
Ah,
Because you could sort of see a home use for robots, certainly industrial uses for robots.
cioè potreste
humanoid
avere
robots.
più bot che umani.
I think we might exceed a 1-to-1 ratio of humanoid robots to humans.
Wow.
It's not even clear what an economy means at that point. Since an economy is output per person times persons, but if output is much higher and
Questo è veramente folle.
persons, then
Dipende cosa intendi
actual,
nel campo
economy.
robotica. Cioè perché nel campo robotica spesso tu programmi quel bot per fare una specifica cosa. Lì non ci sono. Questo è generale.
So, anyway,
Cioè tipo Boston Dynamics fa tutte quelle cose fighe perché è programmato per fare quelle cose fighe. Questo è generico, cioè proprio cioè non so esprimerlo.
So,
I
charging.
think Rebecca's next for talking about charging.
Ma clamoroso comunque. Cioè più bot che umani. 8 miliardi di umani, 10 miliardi di bot e l'economia, cioè appunto come dice lui. Poi cioè, in fabbrica non ha senso lavorare in fabbrica. Perché mai tu dovresti assumere una persona e non un bot che costerebbe $20.000?
And I lead our charging infrastructure teams here at Tesla.
Ma anche fosse
And at
100.000
Tesla
dollari.
Charging, we have understood since day one that a great charging experience is the linchpin
Charging,
to
va
electric
bene, è ora di,
vehicles.
cioè, da
That
stamattina o da
understanding has meant
ieri
that we've always
sera
taken a
è attivo,
holistic
da ieri sera
approach to charging.
è attivo il
That's a word
charging
you've
per
heard a
tutti,
lot
non solo
here
per il
today,
Tesla
but what
negli
it
Stati
means for
Uniti.
charging is that we've considered every use case. We think a lot about what it means to
Pubblicità,
charge at
ottima
home,
pubblicità
even
per
if that
Tesla.
home is an apartment or condo.
Tu vai con la tua
And we spend a
macchina
lot of time
XYZ,
thinking
un
about
supercharger.
what does it mean to charge away from home, including if that's for daily commuting or if you're going
Poi
on a
ovviamente
road
c'è
trip.
puoi
And this
giocare alla Play.
holistic approach has led to some pretty incredible results. In 2022, we provided 9 terawatt hours of charging across our various charging methods. Over 50% of that was supplied via convenient AC home charging. And when our customers are away from home, they can visit one of our 80,000 charging points. That includes 40,000 of our beloved superchargers. Now, getting here has meant that we've spent 10 years building charging infrastructure when basically no one else in the industry would do it. And while we certainly
Comunque,
have a
ecco, ad
lot of
esempio, questa
areas that we want to
presentazione avrebbe
improve,
uno score
those 10
ECG
years have
bassissimo, perché
afforded
lei è
us
la
the
prima donna
opportunity to
dopo
get pretty
un'ora
good.
oltre un'ora e mezza che parla. Quindi avrebbe uno
First, we have
score
the
ECG
industry's
basso.
lowest deployment costs. Our costs are often 20%, if not 70% lower than alternatives. And that goes for both our supercharging hardware and deployments and our AC charging product lines. A lot of reasons that we're able to achieve this, you've heard a lot of them here today. We're vertically integrated, we manufacture and engineer all of our own charging equipment. We share components across our different product lines. And on the supercharger side, we also install and operate all of our own sites. And that's led us
Ancora
to
meno
be
due e
pretty
mezzo, meno due e
obsessed with
mezzo.
finding new ways to innovate around installation.
Azione.
As an example, we have recently extended our excellence in manufacturing to how we build supercharger sites. We are pre-building 4-post supercharger units at our factory in New York. We load them on a truck, we truck them to site, and then we crane them into position. This method saves us 15% on our deployment costs, and we can install a site in a matter of days. Once we install a site, we also operate it really efficiently. Over the last few years, we've been able to cut our per kilowatt hour cost by 40%. Again, a lot of reasons for this, but one at the top of the list is we've focused on increasing our site utilization.
Comunque costa poco, eh. Cioè,
Site
pensate a quanto
utilization
costa il
is how many
kilowattora in
sessions
Europa.
or kilowatt hours can we push through a site or a post? And basically
E
doing
questo
that
è il
allows us
prezzo a
to
cui
spread
Tesla
our
vende.
cost over more sessions, thus lower cost per kilowatt hour. But of course that's easier said than done, because when we push up site efficiency, of course the risk
Beh, ma i numeri
is that
sono abbastanza
we have a
incredibili.
poor
Cioè,
customer experience and we have wait time at our sites.
è che sono proiettati nel futuro, ovviamente
This
a
is
Wall
where
Street non
Trip
frega
Planner
niente.
comes in. Trip Planner is our in-vehicle
Cioè, qua non c'è
routing and
niente di
navigation system. Other
che
electric vehicle
abbia
manufacturers, well, some
un
of
impatto
them
nei
have
prossimi 2 anni.
vehicle-side data. Other infrastructure providers have
E
site
ovviamente a Wall
data,
Street non
but at
frega
Tesla
niente
we
se non ha
have
un impatto
both.
a 2
And
anni.
what that allows us to do is to use Trip Planner to route vehicles towards available sites and away from congested sites, so we can balance
Però
our utilization without risking
devono
wait time.
annunciare Messico ancora.
And the results speak for themselves. Over the last few years, we've been able to drive up site utilization 30%, that means lower, while also cutting our wait time in half. And we think
Che è
this can get
successo?
even better.
Boh,
Today,
la
we're
connessione,
feeding
via
Trip
un po'.
Planner with real-time
Però ci sono,
site
credo.
information and information about vehicles currently at sites. Going forward, we'll be moving that to projecting site occupancy based on the understanding of what vehicles are currently routing to those sites. And ultimately, our vision for Trip Planner is that it's the air traffic controller for electric vehicle
No,
charging.
no, no, ma
across
assolutamente
all
d'accordo. È troppo lungo e noioso.
infrastructure
Cioè,
on a global basis.
mi sto annoiando io,
And the last
che
thing we focus on to get here
praticamente
is quicker charge times.
so il più
We're
possibile
really proud
di
of what we've
Tesla
been able to
aperto al
accomplish
pubblico.
here. We've shaved off 30% of our charge time,
Però
average supercharging site time.
no,
visit
per me
time
devono
over the
assolutamente
last
annunciare
years.
Messico,
This has taken improvements
perché
on the
il
hardware
sindaco, il
side,
presidente del
with
Messico,
our
il presidente della
software, on
regione, cioè,
vehicles
tutti
and on our
hanno
infrastructure,
detto
and
che
we're really
Tesla la
excited to
costruirà.
continue pushing this trend down.
E sarebbe folle non annunciarla adesso.
Looking forward, the job does not get
Quindi
any
almeno
easier.
Messico
As you heard
devono
earlier,
annunciarlo.
we aspire to a fully electrified global fleet. That fleet, from an industry standpoint, needs 9 petawatt hours of charging on an annual basis. And while Tesla charging certainly doesn't have to supply all of that, it does require that for our part, we have a few new focuses in order to scale. First, if you want a fully electrified global fleet, all of those vehicles have to have a great and reliable charging experience. So as many of you know, recently we have started opening up our networks on a global basis. Over 50% of our superchargers in Europe are currently open to other electric vehicles. We've also opened up in Asia Pacific with our first sites in Australia. And just yesterday, we opened our first 10 supercharger sites here in North America and the US to other electric vehicles. We've also invested a lot to be able to make this a really easy experience for our new customers. All you have to do is sign into our Tesla app to unlock a post and start charging. We've also, on physical site changes, we've also added hardware to our sites. They're called Magic Docks. And basically that is installed in areas where we have different charging standards, and they allow for other electric vehicles to come to our site without having to bring their own adapters or hardware. We've also just started installing our 4th generation supercharger posts. Those are being installed in Europe first. And while it's not a big mention, not a big thing to mention, they do have longer charging cables so that we can more easily reach the charge ports of different vehicles. The second thing we need to make sure we do when we talk about scaling all of this charging infrastructure is we need to make sure that it's powered from renewable sources. We're very proud that over the last 2 years we've procured enough renewable energy to offset the amount of charging we've provided to customers. But as we look forward and we talk about this fully electrified fleet on a global basis, we really want to make sure that the demand for charging more closely follows when renewable sources are available. Now this chart is on an aggregate basis for the US, and it varies based on what your renewable generation sources are locally. But basically what this shows is we want to kind of move that charging curve, and for solar and wind in this example, it means more daytime charging. And we think the best way to go towards daytime charging is to install into
Abbiamo superato le 2 ore di live, attenzione, attenzione. E la batteria è ancora carica.
Everywhere vehicles are typically parked throughout the day. So that's really the plan.
Ormai è più lunga di un film medio. Chiaro, non siamo ancora ai livelli del film di Nolan.
Currently scaling to install AC charging everywhere vehicles charge during the day, so we can power them from renewable sources. So summing it up, while we spent 10 years installing infrastructure that is low cost, it's efficient, and it provides a great customer experience, we're really just getting started when we talk about supporting Master Plan Part 3. We've got to scale capacity on an industry-wide basis to 9 petawatt hours on an annual basis. We've got to open up to non-Teslas and make the charging experience for everybody really great. And we've got to power all of this via renewable sources. And one more thing. Yes, we've got to scale.
Non ci credo.
We've got to scale our infrastructure. And yes, we want to power it via renewable sources, but we're Tesla. So we also want to make sure that we're continuing to focus on providing really incredible charging experiences. With that, I want to welcome up our leaders of supply chain, Roshan and Karn, to talk a little bit about that topic.
Ecco qua un po' di supply chain. Ci mancava la supply chain, beh, necessaria, fondamentale. Mancano ancora 3 quadratini dopo, cioè questo e altri 2. Oh, Madonna. Sì, domani la gente lavora, sono d'accordo, sono d'accordo. Una mezzanotte spaccata. Comunque si fanno veramente i ristoranti, è follia, cioè. Perché i ristoranti?
And we've also got responsibility for indirect purchasing, construction procurement, and warehousing and distribution.
Hi, my name is Roshan. I've been with Tesla for over 14 years. My team manages vehicle commodities, solar, logistics, planning, and capital equipment.
10 years, forgot that. So today we wanted to provide you a quick overview of Tesla's supply chain and what really separates us from the typical automotive supply chain.
Questo è curioso però, perché avete visto che nel 2020, 21, 22 è diventata importante la supply chain. La Tesla è l'unica che non ha mai detto la supply chain è un disastro.
Things that are off the shelf from suppliers. So supply chain is not purely a commercial relationship as it is in most other companies. We actually have an arm within supply chain called Supply Industrialization Engineering. And the burden of taking a drawing, a design from concept and turning it into thousands of products produced at the right cost and at the right yield falls with this group. Of course, they work very closely with design engineering, but really the level of detail that our engineers get involved in terms of building the capability of the suppliers is pretty detailed. So, you know, once we get a new part, naturally with electric vehicles, a lot of the supply chain doesn't exist. our engineers would basically take the drawing, turn it into the manufacturing concept, do the equipment selection, and physically go to the supplier and stay there for weeks or months, however long it takes, to basically do the line bring up. Once the line is brought up and we're hitting the right rate, the right quality, at the right yield, then we work on things like automation and yield improvement and those types of activities. So there's a big group of mechanical, electrical, industrial, you name it, engineers within supply chain, and it's their responsibility to take care of this. Now, this is a huge strategic advantage because we manage every detail of our supply chain, because we're so integrated with our partners that we know about issues before they happen. It's almost live. We've got dashboards, we've got connections, and across the 10,000 or so factories across the world that are making our components, we have a pretty good view of the health of those suppliers. And this has been a key asset in how we've been able to kind of manage things through a lot of different issues over the past couple of years. So, supply chain is a game of perfection.
Siamo integrati ovunque nella supply chain. Abbiamo accesso abbiamo visibilità su 10.000 fabbriche.
And our CEO finds out about it in less than 20 minutes. Tesla is very different than Apple. They outsource manufacturing, we do it in-house. So supply chain is kind of right in the middle. And perfection is increasingly elusive and very expensive.
Ma anche Apple è molto differente da Tesla perché quando fanno le presentazioni è un'ora.
The issues we've had to encounter over the past year. And today we're just going to talk about how we got through the past and then what are we going to do going forward and how are we going to get there. So let me draw your attention to this slide. On the left, you'll see a portfolio, our existing portfolio of products. Right at the top, you've got the SNX platform. In the middle, you've got the 3 and Y. I think everyone's more than familiar with those. And then the Tesla Energy platform, which is a very high rate of growth for us.
Megapack, Powerwall e Charger.
Supercharger. And solar and supercharger. Thank you.
Anche i solar.
And
pannelli.
You'll see a reduction in. So and then we basically got the tier 1 and tier 2 parts. This might be boring, but tier 1
This might be boring. Oh, forse lo capisce.
Parts directly for consumption in our 5 factories. Our tier 2 supplier basically does the same thing for a tier 1 supplier. So they are the supplier to our supplier. And depending on the supply chain of any one of these products, this can actually go down to the tier 6 levels. For example, if you're talking about the battery cell, we really get involved with the mines of like where we're procuring the lithium, the cobalt, and all that sort of stuff because we're procuring such high volumes of it. So you'll see a reduction in the number of parts on the SNX platform to the 3 and Y platform. And this is because of the great work our design engineers have done of making the car simpler and easier to manufacture. In parallel, we actually had a similar strategy in supply chain. We had cast a wide net to a lot of suppliers for the SNX platform. There's a lot of suppliers that we invited to partner with us. And we used that platform as sort of a filter to see which suppliers have the technical, financial, and cultural capabilities to match us, right? Who do we invite to the party when we really scale things up? And we really dramatically reduced the number of suppliers that we were dealing with for the 3 and Y platform. And this is an approach we'll continue to do for future platforms as they come along that are even more high volume. So this has really been our approach. It's made things a lot easier, and we could figure out the suppliers that were capable of moving at our pace and
dai su finita con sta supply chain. Bellissimo, bello però.
Secondly, the complexity on the tier 2 level is very high, right? These are the suppliers to our suppliers, and there are a lot of components. So think about silicon, think about resistors, capacitors, diodes, all the little assemblies.
All the
raw materials, that's even further down.
Sto leggendo qualche tweet interessante, tipo, immaginate quelli che pensano Tesla is just a car company.
So even though at the tier 1
sì, fa
level
solo
we're
auto
talking
Tesla,
about
dopo sta
8,000 parts
presentazione.
total, it seems like a lot, but it's not a lot. The management of the tier 2 is really where we excel. And I'd like to illustrate that with an example. Meet the car computer. Very innocent sounding name, and it's anything but. This is an absolute monster to manage. So I think you've all seen the picture on the left of the autopilot board. That's the top of the autopilot board.
Okay.
The autopilot board also has a bottom, and the bottom is populated heavily with components. On the other side of the heatsink, you've got the MCU, the multimedia cluster board. This board is equally complex. It's also double-sided.
Manca solo che mi raccontate come è fatta la vostra scheda madre, cioè interessantissimo come è fatta la scheda madre del sistema dentro l'auto.
And then bonding them to a heat sink that's hermetically sealed as an assembly, of course flashing the software and all that sort of stuff. And then that's one part number that comes to Tesla. So this is an example of one tier 1 part number that's a very complex assembly to manage at the tier 2 level. And there's more than 7,000 components here. There's as we stand here, a component's being assembled onto a car computer every 1.4 milliseconds. The line that builds this computer is the length of a football field. So it's quite complicated. And initially, when we first started building this board, due to the complexity of it,
Sì, ci stanno proprio parlando della scheda madre. Non ci posso credere.
Once we dialed in the quality, the rates, and the yield, we started focusing on making this more efficient. The only way to control cost is by removing
C'ho la batteria pronta.
The first step is removing labor.
Questa mi segna che scarica.
Automating. The third step is turning
A un
off the
certo
lights
punto
and
mi
letting the
bloccherà.
factory run, ideally. And that's going to be the goal for us here. So 95%, but our work is not done. We're going to be going a lot further than this. So this illustrates the point that a part is not a part. A part has a lot of complexity.
A part is not a
supply
part.
chain is a game of multiple tiers. And what's made us successful is our involvement in all the details with our supply engineers that are Tesla employees. They're Tesla supply engineers. So they're like on our payroll that go and ramp up these capabilities at our suppliers. And then just managing each and every attribute of it. 7,000 a day through the chip shortage, through the pandemic, through all the other stuff that we had to deal with, was very difficult to manage. But because we had all the details, we were able to pull this off. Of course, the supply chain is not just about parts. It's also about logistics and a lot of other things. So I'll hand it off to Roshan for sharing some stats.
Ancora.
Yeah, so talking about inbound complexity, just over the course of just last year, we moved about 16 million pallets from our suppliers to our
Cambio la batteria.
Just to visualize that, if you put those pallets side by side, it could cover the half the circumference.
Ci sono ancora, credo. Almeno l'audio dovrebbe sentirsi.
And talking about, again, the tier 2 complexity, over 1 billion electronic components get moved every week to support the production that Karn and team manages.
This is right now, 1 billion components a week,
right.
52 billion a year. This is going to go up, by the way.
And on top of that, we also have the responsibility to make sure the right component is supplied to the right service location to support the growing fleet of our vehicles. And we have about 685 service centers that these components need to show up just in time.
Sono tornato.
And then we've also been
Tutto bene, no?
As a result of pandemic and even before that.
One more thing, sì. Devono ancora annunciare Messico. Dai. E secondo me non la fanno vedere il nuovo veicolo. Ma almeno dei timing, cioè, capito? Ok, hai rivelato che farai questo sulla nuova generazione, 50% di riduzione, bla bla bla. Quando? Cioè dai un tempo, poi sappiamo che Tesla non rispetta i tempi, se dice 2 anni sono 3 e mezzo, però per avere un'idea.
Karn and I used to look a lot younger pre-COVID. Pandemic really changed the game of supply chain management. We were just not being a regular supply chain person. We were rolling up our sleeves and negotiating with state governments, city managers, mayors to help kickstart our suppliers to restart their operations. There are some really inspiring stories where our supply chain team really fought hard.
Molto bene, siete stati bravissimi. Però
and it's also a testament to the resilience of our supply partners. Having said that, it was not all about resilience and never give up attitude. We had also laid the foundation of having dual sources, and also, in many instances, we had many, things that we had simplified, the parts that we had simplified, the supply chain design that we had simplified, due to which we were able to get through the pandemic in much better shape than rest of the automotive.
It forced us to adapt.
Ma serviva veramente 20 minuti per dirlo?
It was really a team effort. We heavily relied on the government relations team. You literally had to, the COVID pandemic, as you're aware, happened in different countries at different times. But unfortunately, you need all the parts to make the car. So at any given point, there was one factory that was lying down. There was one jurisdiction that was being, that didn't want to, they wanted to shut down the factory because you had an outbreak. So learning the rules, understanding, coming up with argument points, leveraging the team.
Secondo me stanno parlando da soli ormai. Cioè, secondo voi noi il pubblico, quelli in presenza, a parte i giornalisti che lo fanno di mestiere,
then the
qualcuno mi
port
sta
congestion
ascoltando?
hit on the West Coast. Logistics lead time went up by twice the amount, and we were operating with less than 35% accuracy in the system. That means at any given point, the ETAs of the vessels were 75% off. So we figured out how to work with that, and then the chip shortage hits.
Yeah, the chip shortage. That was a nightmare. But we got through it. I mean, I think,
sembra tipo due amici che escono al bar la sera e chiacchierano di "Oh, ti ricordi quando i chip shortage?" "Ah sì, cavolo, eravamo appena usciti da XYZ." Cioè che tipo si raccontano i bei tempi o comunque non lo so.
And we're often asked the question, how do we manage through it? And the answer is very much kind of baked through the presentations today. First, we design our own electronics. So in order to control cost, we really had to go
Sì, la live la lascio sicuramente.
with all the tier 2 suppliers to
Speriamo ci mettano poco.
So these relationships were formed, over 10 years ago, and we've really gotten to know them well.
Comunque siamo a 2,16. Cioè siamo a 2 ore e 16 di live, quindi se domani vuoi riprenderla qua siamo a 2 ore e 16.
And really kind of swarming the issue at the point of constraint. So the best team, strong relationships with vendors, and then we also have a pretty sophisticated capacity planning function. Tier 2 capacity needs to come on earlier than Tier 1 capacity.
Comunque se anche questa batteria si scarica ne ho un'altra.
And our team does a very good job
Se vogliono
of
spararle
having that
4 ore.
strategic alignment with all our partners to make sure that the capacity is ready before we need it. We're a mission-based company. Our goal is to put as many EVs out there. We did not let the pandemic phase us. We were full throttle. And it was pedal to the metal in terms of our demand signal. That also helped. The silicon industry has very long lead times. They invest
Live che lasciano il segno sulla mia voglia di fare live. No, in realtà mi diverte. Cioè comunque io l'avrei visto. Cioè l'avrei sicuramente visto.
And it's something that is very much a Tesla thing. So this was looking back, right? This is how we got here. This is how we got from 0 to 40,000 cars a week. Let's talk about how we get to 20 million.
Ecco, vediamo come arriviamo a 20 milioni. Cioè tutto questo per dire niente.
The answer is no. But let me walk you through a logic on that. So as it stands right now, a Tesla enabled with a full self-driving computer has 4 times the silicon content of a regular vehicle. So at about the 2 million run rate, we're consuming about 700,000 12-inch wafer equivalents. That's the industry term that's thrown around for capacity in silicon. That's how much we're using, so a little bit below 1 million. And the global wafer capacity, based on the estimates we've seen, is about 135 million.
Non dicono
so
niente,
we're about half
non dicono
a percent
niente.
of the industry. Not a lot. Now, if you get to 20
Ma poi
million,
tipo
when we
anche
get to 20 million,
sull'hardware
and if we
4
don't
che
make
sarà
any
necessario per il full self driving,
simplifications in terms of
cioè potrebbero dire
also
che hanno aggiunto 2 camere,
I
perché
think
tutti
Colin
sanno
talked
su
about
Twitter
it,
che
talked
sono
about
state
it.
aggiunte 2
We're not
camere,
gonna
non sono più
have
8,
all
sono
these
10.
different components.
Mi
We're
sembra, o
gonna
12
simplify the
addirittura.
architecture.
Ditelo.
Simpler is better.
Cioè,
But even if we don't do that, and we
cose
take the
base.
most pessimistic case, we're going to need 8 million wafers, okay? And the industry is going to scale to 200 million by that point. So still, we're less than 5% of the market share. And if we run the same offense we ran all along and continue to work with our partners and invest in fabs and invest in capacity, we'll have the capacity ready by the time we need it. So I really don't see this as an impediment from a supply chain perspective to get to 20 million.
Now, I would like to talk about a page that we took out of the electronic playbook and applied it to the
Vabbè,
mechanical
comunque per arrivare a 20 milioni la supply chain non è un
Our
problema
vehicles
gigante.
use
Va bene.
currently the heat pump based technology for the thermal system. But before heat pump, our vehicles used to have a dispersed thermal system connected by hoses. Engineering was inspired from circuit boards and then created a system which was extremely integrated where
la pompa di calore,
60%
perfetto.
of the system was the size of a basketball, where it contained about 100 components, 50 sealing interfaces, and several different manufacturing processes, all were packaged into this tight size. Now, why are we talking about this?
Why? Perché?
Well, we launched the system right during the outbreak of the pandemic in Model Y. The team was forced to manage 100+ components from different suppliers around the world remotely. So there are 4 videos playing at the same time. One is the video of the manual line that was created when we started the production. And this manual line produced a lot of quality
tipo,
issues.
appunto, fanno le pompe di calore per le auto.
So we quickly, pivoted
Dillo
to
che
a
lo farai anche
semi-automated
per le
line.
case. Cioè,
But in spite of that, although the throughput was great, the quality issues sustained. So our team decided that fully automated is the only way to go. So before we automate the line, we created a 3D simulation. Now, not many companies or teams have this capability, where at this point, now when a part gets spec'd, we have the ability to create a 3D simulation of all the complex sub-assemblies that would be involved in making the part, and tell the suppliers exactly what equipment to purchase, what to test, and create an end-to-end line in simulation. And that's what we did here. So with the help of the simulation, we had a very detailed sub-assembly cell, which was juxtaposed with the supplier's factory layout. And then we, after a back and forth of iteration and optimizing the processes, we implemented this fully automated line in less than 8
comunque
months.
Siete oltre 50 a seguirla.
Were remarkable.
Chapeau.
99% reduction in labor force. So a line that would need 1,000 associates to build the super manifold in full volume now just takes 10 associates. And the quality also went up by an order of magnitude. We have a defect rate of less than 0.05%, and a super manifold rolls out every 7 seconds because we have created many automated lines. And these factories are the size of 2 football fields, by the way.
Roshan had to one-up me on that one.
ma comunque è curiosissimo che tutto viene misurato in football fields, cioè in campi da calcio.
In a world where labor costs are increasing,
questa fabbrica sono 2 campi da calcio.
Ok,
puoi anche dire quanti metri quadri.
And
non faccio niente di sapere, cioè sì, è più impatto,
going down by 3x
però
in the next 10 years. This is how we are thinking about complex assemblies.
Sì,
and we are
sembra
going to
peggio di una riunione aziendale, veramente.
More and more who will be building our complex assemblies. This is the only way we think we can confidently scale to the 20 million vehicles target.
Non ci sono gains, non ci sono.
To summarize,
molta storia a lavorare.
We have laid the foundation in getting ready to execute Master Plan 3. Our strategy is supply chain design simplification. We are going to make sure that
no, i tempi se li inventi, cioè veramente. Il keynote doveva durare un'ora e mezza.
We are going to grow responsibly and sustainably with our long-term partners.
Ha iniziato alle 10:30.
We'll automate.
Yeah, it's going from 0 to 40,000 cars a week was tough. I mean, it took a lot of trial and error. It took a lot of learning. There was a lot of pain.
Dovrebbe durare un'ora.
There's a lot of mental scar tissue, as Elon calls it, through that process. But now that we're at that level and the foundation is set, going from 40 to 400 is not gonna. It doesn't really phase us.
Cioè, il punto è che da un certo punto di vista è positivo, perché le start-up non riescono a rispettare i tempi. E quindi dimostra che sono un'azienda altamente innovativa, con tutti i manager relativamente giovani e... Sì, è molto da start-up. Cioè una start-up ci sta, che sbagli i tempi, che faccia le presentazioni più lunghe, eccetera.
My name is Tom Zhu. I'm now responsible for global production and sales and delivery service. I joined the company back in 2014, and I've been running the company's business in Greater China and APAC. Today, I'm representing all the gigafactories and talk about how we can make more cars and faster.
Sì,
So right now,
esatto, a
we
parte
have
quello,
four
io mi
vehicle
aspettavo
factories on
una
3 continents
presentazione
to
più
serve
simile
our
a quella del
markets.
Cybertruck,
The total number of
perché pensavo
manufacturing employees
annunciassero il
is over
veicolo. E invece
65,000.
è
This is
uguale a quella
also
delle
including
batterie
our
o quella
amazing team
della...
in Reno. They are making powertrains, battery packs, and drive unit for
Sì, è
our
vero,
vehicle factories.
da loro è presto.
The total installed
7 ore,
capacity in
diffuso
all
orario.
these vehicle factories about 2 million cars a year. That said, we're always looking for opportunity to grow more capacity from the
Sì.
existing footprint.
Scrivono tutto in
So
futuro,
we
senza
expect
dare
this
un...
number will grow
Quando?
over time.
Comunque, grazie
To
mille,
build more
Wonder.
factories
Zero Wonder.
is
Zero
the
Wonder.
start to building more cars, and we're certainly the expert of it. This is the before and after image showing you the progress we made
Ora
back in
devono annunciare
2019
Messico,
when
no?
we built a gigafactory in Shanghai.
Annunceranno Messico adesso.
So in 9.5 months' time, we built a greenfield project to establish the vehicle factory. And 3 months later, we started to deliver our first customer vehicle. People always ask me, how Tesla can build a factory that fast. Really, we learned from our Fremont factory a lot. We talked to the survivor from the production hell and tried to avoid all the mistakes we made. We decided to design a straight line with minimum number of up and downs and turns for easier manufacturability and easier construction. We also challenged all the assumptions people ever know to build a vehicle factory. When we delete and simplified all the redundancies and the buffers, that's helped us to save a lot of time. Also, we have a very strong in-house construction team in Tesla. If there ever a job cannot be done by others better, and we bring this in-house. So we have this in-house construction team, have a full control over all the activities on site, from design, engineering to construction, site management. So this team didn't just build Giga Shanghai, they also built Giga Berlin, Giga Texas, and Giga Nevada. They're really the hero behind the scenes.
Giga Nevada.
Like Lars shared earlier, going forward with the new platform, the more modular design and densified gigafactory, we'll be able to make more cars from even reduce the footprint. That also means we can build more factories at the same time.
Ecco, possono farne più
all manufacturing
contemporaneamente.
teams around the globe. I'm happy to share, early this morning, we hit the 4 million mark for total Tesla ever built.
Ok. 4 milioni di Tesla stamattina, 4 milionesima Tesla. Quindi uno può calcolare quanto hanno prodotto fino ad oggi, fino a stamattina.
It took us 12 years to build the first million vehicle. About
Perché al 31/12 sapevi quanto erano.
Build the second million. The third million took us 11 months, and just shortly, less than 7 months, we built the 4 million cars. So we're getting better and faster.
Exponential growth.
Really kudos to the team. So, what it takes to ramp a gigafactory? Well, if you have 600 robots, 10,000 trained employees, or 5,000 human and 5,000 optimists, and hundreds of processes, you can do it. Sounds simple, but it's extremely hard. So there's 2 key metrics that we predominantly focused on. It's the overall equipment effectiveness and the cycle time. In Tesla, we're setting the passing grade for our vehicle factories with 90% OEE and 45-second
Cos'è
cycle
successo nel
time.
Q2
What that means,
22?
the OEE
A
really
Shanghai è
evaluates
esplosa la
the
produzione.
equipment uptime, the machine performance, and the quality. Simply put, this is the actual production time on a good quality product versus the planned productive time. The higher, the better. 45-second cycle time, that means you expect every 45 seconds there's a car running off the final assembly line in the factory. And the faster we ramp, the faster we can get the economy of scale. If you look at the chart on the left, Shanghai be able to significantly drop our labor hours per car during the ramp. The little dip there that happened in the last Q2 2022 because of the COVID shutdown. And on the right is the Fremont Model Y shop. Even this is a 60-year-old facility, the team there still be able to optimize the material flow, eliminate all the single point of failure, and drive higher output, hence reduce the labor hours. And actually, this factory keeps setting a new record. Yesterday, they just had a new factory daily record.
Yesterday?
Congrats, Fremont team.
Absolutely.
Ieri nuovo record di Fremont al giorno.
So,
piccolezze che uno può fare, cioè, può aiutare a fare le stime.
We
Se
follow
ieri c'è
the
stato il record.
philosophy Elon shared about building rockets, which is questioning, basically find the right problem to solve, and we start with delete, simplify, then we try to accelerate, pressurize the line, and find if the solution actually work, and at last we think about the automation. There's one example in Gigafactory Shanghai, in the paint shop, we find that there's a overlap baking range between the PVC sealer and the top coat. It was done by 2 different ovens, and we decided to combine the 2 processes. Eventually, that helped us, didn't just help us
Stanno
to reduce
veramente
the cycle
parlando di
time,
forni.
but also save the 9% of energy consumption and the 9% of the CO2 emission. Also, we commonized the SNX design in Fremont. Right now, we have a common body and common headlamp. We eliminated about 40 parts and reduced about 10% of the cycle time. So all these improvements really help us to get to a faster ramp trajectory. And we didn't just learn from these high volume existing factories, we also learned from the new factories. Most recently, our Berlin factory team implemented a 5G private network on the shop floor, helped us to
Sono fatte le antenne 5G private.
Overcycle issues for a particular process in GA shop. We're going to soon implement this globally.
Una rete 5G privata interna alle fabbriche.
Right now, we have an integrated global organization from production all the way to sales and delivery service. This will help us to strengthen feedback loop between manufacturing and the service. We obviously want to bring a delight for customer ownership experience to our car owners. With this direct feedback loop, we'll be able to turn customer escalations and the feedback into quick actions improvement on the shop floor immediately. With that effort, in the past 6 months, we'll be able to reduce the time in service.
Non capisco il senso che ha questa
also service appointment wait time significantly.
tutta questa presentazione così. Cioè, perché pensate al piano iniziale che hanno presentato, no? Tutti i vari step.
Hit the 20 million car a year target. We're going to keep building new factories, new lines.
C'è scritto more to come.
Come up with new product as well. And with all gigafactories now in one organization, we'll be able to replicate unified ideas across factories.
Okay.
Also, we will help the new factories that ramp faster and also produce a better quality at a lower cost. Now I'm going to hand over to Ju and talk about cell manufacturing.
Vai, Giù.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, we're not just talking about
Comunque Tom è
vehicle
quello
factories, but
è
also new
forte,
cell
Tom.
factories. And we're going to talk
Cioè,
about
conosciuto.
how we follow the same model when we do so. But first, I thought I'd just provide a little bit of an update.
Qualcuno ipotizzava
on
potesse diventare il
cell
nuovo
production.
CEO
So
se
remember
Elon
Battery
dovesse
Day, we
lasciare.
showed this video with the spoon and how we went from dry powder to film. Let's just say there's no spoon now.
There's no spoon. Perfetto.
So
Non c'è nessun
many of
cucchiaio.
you in this room saw this on your tour today, but here is our dry electrode machine here in Texas, one of the ones we have installed here.
Come fai a non annunciare Messico quando ti arrivi a fare tutta la presentazione delle gigafactory che hai finora? Cioè, o appunto Elon alla fine entra e dice comunque è Messico, comunque questa è la Gen 2, è la Gen 3.
One of the key parts of the cell manufacturing process. And we've also continued to focus on refining the way we make cells and the factories that the cells go inside. As you can see on this chart, from typical 2170 cylindrical cells to 4680, we made a huge leap, which is basically a 5x reduction in the factory footprint and volume and footprint. And then from going from what we did in Fremont and our pilot line to Texas, we improved further, and we're improving again when we go into Nevada.
GFTX
and
e
what this
Gigafactory
actually
Texas.
represents is a series of actions taken by a very integrated,
Gigafactory Nevada.
holistic design team across the product design, the manufacturing design, the process design, the equipment design, and the facility design. They all need to work together to make this happen. And you can see on the bottom, just as an example of simplicity up, investment down, and scaling up. Parts, we've reduced the number of parts in the cell, the number of processes, significant reduction in the number of processes, and collaborating with those 5 design groups, we've been able to end up with a factory that's 10 times smaller volumetrically, which means it's faster to get built. It's much lower capex per gigawatt hour output, and we can go and scale, to our objectives of, 240 total terawatt hours, 1 terawatt hour a year of stationary storage, and 20 million vehicles a year, with the scalability that is required to achieve our goals. And we're not just looking at the cell factory itself, but also upstream materials where necessary. What you see here is the rendering of the 50 gigawatt hour a year Corpus Christi lithium refinery that we've already broken ground on.
Questa è quella che dicevo, appunto, in Texas iniziano a costruire una raffineria di litio. Tesla proprio.
We're basically
a fine anno inizia.
And starting commissioning within 10 months, and with actual production within 12 months. That's the target, similar to what we did in Shanghai. Again, the result of collaboration and internal execution of construction, in partnership with local communities. This site is 30 minutes from the Corpus Christi port, it's located directly on rail. The process route we're taking is a direct soda ash
appunto ci sta, questa non è una
of the
vera
input
news.
material, which means there's
La news è un po'
no
sui
acid
tempi,
roasting,
quanto ci
we
metterà
don't have any
a
of the
essere
sort of waste products associated with
operativo.
an acid roasting step. We're designed to consume lithium spodumene, which is a very commonly traded lithium rock, but it is flexible to other feeds from primary and secondary sources. And similarly, we're working on our cathode facility here in Texas. Maybe you've seen it as you're driving around, which is a 60 gigawatt hour a year cathode facility behind the main building here. 10-month build time there as well. The equipment's being installed for the first line as we speak, and we'll be commissioning starting next quarter. So we are doing this where we need to. Our plan is not to do it always. There are lots of competent companies out there. But we are also trying to sort of accelerate the pace of the industry by trying some new things that are a little bit more scalable, and de-risking certain innovations that improve productivity in terms of capex per gigawatt hour and things like that.
Perfect.
And with that, I think that sums up our efforts on the factory side.
È finita?
Mike, you want to come up and we'll talk about energy?
No, non è finita. No, non è finita. Manca l'ultima parte. Manca l'ultima parte.
All right.
Energy.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Snyder. I lead our megapack organization. I've been with Tesla for almost 9 years. I'm excited to talk to you today about the megapack product and the business and some of the exciting things we have ahead of us. From the beginning with this business, we have always focused on building successful projects for our
Le
customers.
stime per l'intero
and not
trimestre
just
sono
the batteries in the box.
425,
We've built a
430.
hardware and a software platform that
Sarebbe
is
tantissimo.
able to adapt to environments all over the world, and that is able to
Perché
scale
vorrebbe dire che
from small
hanno un
island
trend
projects to large
vicino
gigawatt
ai
hour scale
500 in 3
batteries.
mesi. Sarebbe tantissimo.
We've invested our time and our talent to best understand every aspect, every step in the process, and every risk of a project to ultimately provide a solution that is thoughtful, intuitive, provides great value to our customers, and is as plug and play as possible. And yeah, just looking at these projects, it's incredible to see them all come together in one montage.
Seeing the future.
Yeah.
Compressed.
It's 10 years of building these projects, and it's incredible to see the impact and to see what we have in front of us.
Absolutely.
We're on our 6th generation of our industrial product, which is the Megapack XL that we're building out of Lathrop, California.
Upcoming
We've deployed over 16
products
gigawatt hours of industrial and residential products across 50 countries. And really, Megapack is a market leader. It's best in class in efficiency, reliability, energy density, and easiest to install, lowest cost to
Megapack è
install.
veramente folle.
And we call it XL because it is actually the largest, heaviest object that you can transfer around the roads of the world without having to shut them down and get crazy permits and things like this. So It is extra large. And
È il più grande oggetto che puoi spostare sulle strade. Ma che descrizione è?
There's been incredible demand for the project or for the product. 2023 is going to be a great year. We have gigawatt-hour scale projects being built. The Lathrop factory continues to scale and ramp up, and there's new products on the near-term roadmap. So a lot to look forward to. How did we get here?
Come, vai.
Number one, a maniacal focus on all aspects
Ma
of
che qua non
delivering
hanno detto
stationary storage.
niente.
What do we mean by that? What are some examples? As you see here, the megapack enclosure, for one example, we designed the wireways directly into the base of the enclosure. So typically you need to install a bunch of conduits and cables under the ground. Now you can lift them up and install them directly into the base, increasing the speed of deployment and lowering the cost. Next, we see the batteries and the power electronics. And the power electronics is really the beauty and the elegance of the megapack. So this is what converts the DC power to AC power on the grid. The brain is built directly into the product. It is able to connect to any grid in the world right out of the box. It allows it to, all the megapacks on a given site to work as one unit. And really, it's what makes it what it is. I think it's the most incredible feature of the megapack. As you build out the full site, what we end up with is the most energy-dense solution on the market, upwards of 300 megawatt hours per acre. And just as a frame of reference, this solution is 2 times more power dense than a typical gas peaker plant. So this is the future. This is where we're going.
This is the product that retires the fossil fuels.
Yep.
One power plant at a time.
We talk about power electronics a little bit more. Tesla is a leader in power electronics. We've deployed over 1.4 terawatts across energy storage and vehicle.
Possibile.
And we deliver more power electronics than the solar and the wind industry combined on a per annum basis.
And power electronics, it's hard.
Comunque veramente i Powerwall così, cioè i megapack così,
they are really the glue in the sustainable
possono
energy
essere
economy
veramente
between generation, storage, and the end use. You know, those power electronics devices are switching, you know, thousands of times per second, hundreds of thousands of times per second, to efficiently react to whatever is needed, either in the car or in the grid. And because they are so sort of software driven at their core, they can provide functionality that hasn't been available to the grid in the past. And it's one of the reasons why renewables and storage together are such a great solution.
Yeah. Sure. And one reason that we focus on power electronics and control so much is because of the impact that it has on the projects directly. So just as an example here on the left, we have a firmware feature that we call virtual machine mode. And what virtual machine mode is it contributes to grid stability like a car's shock absorber that dampens oscillations or vibrations and keeps the ride smooth. So you can imagine if you don't dampen those vibrations, the vehicle could lose control or someone could get hurt. On the grid, you could have a blackout.
Quasi -3.
We have one grid operator that's utilizing virtual machine mode and said they will not operate their grid at 100% renewables unless they have this feature, unless they have virtual machine mode working.
Yeah, and
they tried and it didn't work very well.
And why is it virtual machine mode? It's like synthetic inertia, where you turn the battery power plant into, through software, behaving like it's a giant spinning machine, literally, and that inertia stabilizes the grid.
Right.
And you don't need a giant spinning machine. You don't need a huge fossil fuel power plant or a giant hydro turbine. You can just have the battery do it. And you can program it to whatever you need at that part of the grid. Or you can have it be dynamically changing as the grid conditions change.
Right. And that's why we focus so much on it. We believe it's the future of how batteries are going to add value. It's going to be more about capability just as it is about energy.
Yep.
AutoBidder is another software feature I wanted to mention. AutoBidder is an autonomous energy trading platform that in its most basic sense is buying energy low and selling it high, and the owner can net the difference of that. But operating battery storage is actually very complex, needing upwards of hundreds or even thousands of decisions every 5 minutes. It's much more complex than a solar plant or a wind plant or a thermal battery or thermal generation plant. And it's mostly because of the versatility and the ability of the battery to provide so much value in different ways that these decisions need to be made in real time in order to optimize and get the most value out of the battery as it can.
Dai però.
So there wasn't a solution that existed in the market, so we built one ourselves. In the market that we've been
Non ho neanche niente da bere,
in
non da
Australia,
mangiare,
Texas,
non
and the
ho
UK,
niente.
it has proven to be a market leader,
Dovevo portarmi
continuing
degli
to
snack.
invest in AutoBidder as we expand to new markets. Second point of how we got here.
Second
a
point.
relentless focus on speed of execution, and there's 2 points to be made here. First one
Quando
is
finisce
building
questo
factories.
è finita.
What you're seeing here is a
O
time
almeno
lapse
arriva Elon
of
che fa la cosa.
the megafactory that was built in Lathrop. We took it from a JCPenney distribution center to a world-class manufacturing facility in less than 12 months, which is incredible. And really, the way that we did this is similar to what my colleagues have described. It's leveraging the vertical integration of Tesla. It's getting the vehicle manufacturing team in the same room as construction and engineering and making decisions quickly with all the stakeholders and decision makers.
Molto sottovalutato da Wall Street.
We're using the lessons learned
La
from Lathrop
potenzialità
as we plan for our next factories.
Plan for the next
Second,
factory.
it's about installing projects faster.
No,
I've
i
mentioned
numeri
this
di Wall
already,
Street
but
sono
plug and
veramente
play
bassi
is kind of
su
at the
questo.
core of what we're going for. Over the past 4 years, we've increased the installation speed by 4x, and we've reduced the total labor involved across both construction and manufacturing by 3x. We think that this is key to unlocking our ability to scale and our customers' ability to scale with us. We need to be laser focused on reducing that time from when the megapack leaves the factory to when it is operational on the grid.
And it's not just about centralized storage, it's also about distributed storage, the future roadmap of well, at least here at Tesla. And maybe some of you know about this sort of retail plan we have here in Texas, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about how that all fits together. So Tesla Electric really unlocks the full value of distributed energy and storage products. So it enables our customers to become their own utility. The data on the page is from our South Australia virtual power plant, another Tesla Electric setup that we have. Over 2022, it's 5,000 customers that we have the data for. You can get a sense for what's happening. So just if they were being provided default utility service and you looked at the cost of serving them that electricity, on average, $140 a month. If they all had solar and Powerwall, but the solar and Powerwall wasn't interacting with the grid, wasn't participating in the energy market, the cost of serving that customer would go from go from $140 a month to $70 a month. If Tesla Electric is operating those assets in an intelligent way to benefit the grid, Tesla Electric being basically a software that we developed out of AutoBidder for the purposes of these distributed energy resources, we can actually pay the customers to bring their energy services to the grid. That's what happened in Australia last year. And Australia is a little bit of a special case. They represent the future, South Australia in particular. Solar and wind supplied 70% of South Australia's energy in 2022. That compares to 30% in Texas and 35% in California. But this is an indication of where this is all headed, of both centralized and distributed storage resources providing the key to unlocking fully renewable grids.
Io penso che non ci sia nessuna persona sulla faccia della Terra che avesse immaginato, ovviamente a parte i dipendenti di Tesla, che avesse immaginato una presentazione di questo tipo.
This is how we're rolling it out. First,
cioè le attese erano
as it exists, it's available for in Texas for people who have
sicuramente
Powerwalls
non
in their
una
homes.
cosa tecnica.
But we need to extend beyond that. Over 1 billion people live in markets with competitive retail electricity. And there's over $2 trillion in annual energy spend in these markets. This is a huge opportunity. And our intention is to bring this to market by market in the same way that we've approached Tesla Insurance, where we can bring value to our customers to
Che
reduce
tra
their
l'altro
total
Tesla
cost of ownership
Insurance
of
la
our
gente se la
products.
dimentica. Ogni tanto anch'io mi dimentico che esiste, ma è attiva in
Actually,
quasi
what we're
tutti gli
going to do
stati.
next, and this is pretty exciting here in Texas, by this summer, we're going to offer a retail electricity plan to people who have our cars where they can have unlimited overnight home charging for $30 a month. This is part of reducing the total cost of ownership of our vehicles. And the reason why we can do this is because Texas has a ton of wind. And in Texas, the wind blows at night. So actually serving these customers with electricity
per $30 al mese
cars
puoi
is the
caricare
best
gratis.
thing to do for everyone. And so this is a way to incentivize people to charge at home at night directly from renewable power. It's part of the grand master plan we talked about at the beginning.
Ma questa cosa ha dei margini folli.
And we do see this similar to Tesla Insurance, as
Perché
I said, as further reducing the total cost.
Tu dici, vabbè, mi abbono così ho la ricarica sempre gratis. Ma tu non usi così tanta corrente, da $30 al mese.
Massive ramp in energy storage deployment. And
pazzesco.
Yeah, reflecting back on the master plan, we talked
Questo è
about
importante.
tens of terawatt
Poi il
hours,
punto è
needing
che è
tens of
relativo al
terawatt hours of
Texas.
stationary storage. So
Però come
we have our sights
concetto
set on
può
annual
espandersi
production rates of
molto.
1 terawatt hour, which is 25x our
Poi
capacity
sono
at
tutte queste
Lathrop.
cose di abbonamenti.
In the
Ti
near
puoi
term,
abbonare al
we see really
supercharger
strong
a
demand
cos'era,
for the
tipo
megapack
$12
product,
al
over
mese,
100
ti puoi
gigawatt
abbonare
hours
qua,
per year.
l'assicurazione è un
2023
abbonamento,
growing
puoi
by
abbonare qua,
over 100
puoi
gigawatt
abbonare
hours
qua.
per year
Cioè, piano
over the next
piano
few years. So the demand
espandono
is
i
there,
tentacoli, cioè
and naturally, as
essendo
we continue to focus on
integrata
cost and
così
speed
bene.
and value, the things that we've mentioned, it's clear we need to build more capacity and we need to ramp it quickly. So while the challenge is big, it's also a huge opportunity for Tesla. It's a huge opportunity for the megapack business. And I'm excited to see the impact that it's going to make on our grid transition.
As am I.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Yes.
All right.
All right, and Lori, Brandon, come on up.
Che c'è adesso? No, ce ne sono altri due! Erano finiti questi cerchi. Perché ce ne sono altri due di cerchi?
Not just for coming, but being investors. Now we have,
Perché
we
sono
have an
altri due
active
cerchi?
engaged board and management team. We've met with you, and today is the culmination of that. We've heard you, which is why we're excited to share this Investor Day with you. Now you will hear more from our board at the appropriate time, but for now, I'm excited to introduce Lori Shelby, who's going to discuss sustainability and our employees. Lori?
No.
Thank you, Brandon. Hi, everyone. My name is Lori Shelby, and I lead the Environmental Health, Safety, Security, and Sustainability team. I've been with Tesla for 5.5 years. So I'm going to talk about Tesla's impact. And of course, that starts
Il legal team
with
sarebbe interessante perché Elon voleva costruire un team legale quando ha avuto tanti problemi con
our
Twitter.
process, our software.
Però non lo so.
You've seen lots of numbers and lots of graphs. You've also heard a common theme. And that common theme is that Tesla's team is what drives our success and makes a difference. Whether you're in our factories, in our sales, service, and delivery centers, our warehouses, or in the field,
Queste cose non le
you can
sopporto, non le
see
sopporto.
and you can feel the collaboration that's happening. And you also
Non le sopporto.
can see the pride that everyone has in working for Tesla. So before I go on, I want to give a big shout out and a thank you for our Tesla team globally. So let's...
Bene. Complimenti.
That was great. Thank
That was
you.
great.
So we are creating a lot of meaningful work through our jobs. We're a huge employer, and we're growing every day. We're at 129K. And more than half of our team works in vehicle manufacturing. And almost 60%
Esplodo se ci sono altri
of our team
spicchi.
is based in the US.
Ma è come quando fai le presentazioni PowerPoint, metti il numero della pagina, così
People
sai
want to
quanto
join our
manca.
mission.
Però non puoi cambiare il numero,
And
cioè non è che se
we
arrivi a
need
pagina ultima poi
to
ci sono altri.
grow, and we need to hire the best people. Engineers want to work for Tesla.
Sì,
Look at
questo è un
number one and
grafico
number
che dico
two,
spesso.
SpaceX and
Questo è un
Tesla.
altro vantaggio folle di Tesla.
In
Che gli
2021,
ingegneri vogliono lavorare
we
lì.
got 3 million
Wow,
applicants.
wow.
3 million. That's incredible.
3 milioni di gente che chiede di lavorare per Tesla.
And our culture at Tesla is anyone at any time can raise an idea or make an improvement suggestion across safety, people, cost, production, quality. Because we have a very simple process called take charge. And take charge is really employee engagement. And as take charges go up, as you can see in this graph, injuries go down. And you know why?
Why?
People who do the work. The people who do the work know how to improve the work.
Sì, molto bene.
Sustainability is everything. It's our mission. You've heard about it all day, part of our master plan. But at Tesla, we don't just tick boxes to meet a requirement. We really focus on the impact that our products and our software will deliver. In 2021,
ho capito.
our customers
È quello per i
avoided
megapack.
8.4 million metric tons of greenhouse gas. That's equivalent
Sì, ci sta a
to
chiedere il bis.
taking
Scusa, non ho capito una cosa dalle slide 1.
1.7
Potresti
million
ripartire?
ICE vehicles off the road for a full year. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Ah, quanto non le sopporto.
We're also focusing on doing really good work and driving sustainability into our operations. We have year-over-year reduction in our water use, in
Wow.
our waste, and we're growing and building a renewable energy program within our operations, just like supercharging, as you heard. So it's not just about our products, it's the way we make our products, both phases. Tesla, our company, is solving both sides of the clean energy equation. We've got the clean generation, the clean storage. We also have zero emission transport. As this slide shows, from 2012 to 2021, our products generated more energy
Questa è una bella
that was
stat,
consumed
cioè una
by
bella
all
statistica.
Tesla vehicles and our factories.
Cioè, tutte le
Amazing.
cose mai prodotte da Tesla hanno consumato
Yeah,
meno
I like the claps. Yeah.
di quanto
I'll take
le
claps.
cose di Tesla hanno prodotto, insomma.
So our vehicles use less emissions than gas-powered vehicles. Even in the worst case scenario,
Quello che dicevamo
100%
all'inizio.
coal grid, the Model 3 has less emissions than the average ICE car.
Cioè, anche se avessimo il
And we're
100%
only
di
gonna get better.
energia,
You
cioè
heard
di
about that
elettricità
today.
prodotta da
Every product we
carbonio.
make is more efficient. Every factory we build is more sustainable. So it's only gonna get better and better.
Cioè.
So as we build our zero emission future, we've been talking with our stakeholders, with our shareholders, about how do we improve our reporting framework. And we are aligning with the TCDF.
Che è sta roba?
So
Che?
TCFD. So we're aligning with the TCFD, which I
Ho
know many
sbagliato,
of you
ho
have been
sbagliato
asking us
sigla.
about. I also want you to stay tuned because there's going to be much more coming in our impact report. So thank you all. And up next is Zach Kirkhorn.
Zach? Zach, cosa devi fare, Zach? Cos'è? Financial. Oh, Zach!
Thank you, Lori.
Zach!
All right.
Vai.
So this is our last section of our prepared remarks today. We'll kind of take what we've discussed today and summarize it at the corporate level for our financials. Maybe before I jump into the details here, we've never done an investor day as a company. We've never brought our leadership team out and asked them to talk about the things that they're working on. So, I feel very fortunate to be able to work alongside this group of people and support their teams. And I also just want to thank them, they're in a room in the back listening to this, for all of the work that they put into today and getting the company to where it is today. So thank you to the Tesla team. When we were preparing for today, folks were asking, well, Zach, what should we talk about? And really the only guidance we gave folks is, well, talk about the things that you're working on and talk about it in the context of the master plan.
E ci avete messo 2 ore e mezza.
And what did almost everybody talk about today in great detail? All of the work that they're doing to take cost out. Because in this industry, in this business, you survive or you die based upon the ability to manage your costs.
Bene.
And so I'd like to talk about cost as well.
Vai, Zach.
If we look at our longest running scale production product, this is the Model 3. We reached 5,000 cars per week, which was our design capacity in mid-2018.
Ok.
And since then, we've taken 30% of cost out of this product.
Costa già 30%
And
meno.
there's 2 points I want to make about this. The first is that cost reduction, as you have heard throughout the course of the day, is deeply ingrained in our culture. And I think one of the most important reasons why we are here today as a company. The second point that I want to make is that when we're working on cost reduction, it's easy just to take cost out and make our products worse. But we have to take cost out and improve our products at the same time. This is the hard thing to do, but it's the necessary thing to do to continue to move forward. And if you look at a version of a Model 3 that we've built today, and you compare it back to a Model 3 that we built in 2018, there's a long list of improvements that we put into the car while also taking cost out of the product.
Bene.
Cost reduction doesn't just come from one place. There's no silver bullet here. And we pushed the boundaries on volume with the Model 3 program, increasing volume 3x over this period of time. We've improved productivity. So in our Fremont factory, we are twice as productive now as we were in mid-2018. We've made a lot of progress on overhead efficiencies and product improvements, as we've discussed, and a long list of other things, including localization, our factory in Shanghai. And as we ramp up volume and as we find efficiencies, we work with our suppliers to do the same. And that leads to material cost reductions that improve the affordability of our products. And as we look forward to our next-gen vehicle, our target is to reduce 50% of cost.
5 secondi le 3 ore di
a bit earlier today. Going from the Model S and X platform to the 3 and Y platform, we took out 50% of cost, so the task here is to do it again. And this is very important because as we improve affordability, the number of customers who have access to our products dramatically increases. And as we link this back to our master plan, it enables an exponential growth in our volume with linear reductions in the cost of our products. The second point I'll make here is that, and again, cost reductions don't come from any single one place. And so you can see the buckets here on the vehicle side, battery and powertrain, manufacturing cost reductions, and others. These buckets are relatively equal in size. And so in order to take 50% of cost out of the product, we have to go through everything. But more importantly than just the cost of the car up front, when we're transitioning to a sustainable economy, particularly with vehicle ownership, it's really important to think about the lifetime cost of the products. And this chart here is showing what the total cost of ownership per mile is over the course of 5 years. And we have to think about financing costs, insurance costs, the cost of power. Drew talked a little bit about that with the plants that we're doing in Texas, wear and tear and maintenance on the cars, et cetera. And we're already at a place today in the US where a base Model 3 on a cost per mile basis is less than a Toyota Corolla, which is the highest selling car in the world.
Okay.
And as we move towards our next-gen platform, we will continue to reduce this. And as we work on robotaxi variants of this platform, this cost will come down even further. And so this is a product that we expect to have substantially lower cost per mile than the highest volume products in the world.
Bene.
The next thing on cost reduction I want to talk about is operating expenses. We spend a lot of time on our earnings calls talking about gross margins and product costs. We don't spend a lot of time talking about OpEx, but I think this is one of the really important parts of our story. So since 2018, we've reduced our non-GAAP OpEx 60% as a percent of revenue and 75% on a per delivered car basis.
L'efficienza operativa
this is
continua a salire.
quite staggering, and I want to go into the details about how we've done this.
Details,
the first component of OpEx, which is R&D.
Details.
The single most important thing here is that we constrain the number of programs that we work on, so minimizing the number of programs that we're running in parallel, and the key here is to maximize the revenue and cash generated from every program that we work on, and also maximize the technology sharing between the programs. So we talked a little bit about how power electronics in our energy business is shared with power electronics in our vehicle business.
Quando l'ho visto? Elon è dietro che si guarda i video. Che è sta roba? Perché si è bloccato? Cosa è successo? No! No! No, non è possibile. Perché si è bloccato? È crashato Twitter, secondo me. Perché io ci sono, cioè mi muovo. Dai! Ok, torniamo qua. Share this stuff.
I think the story here is pretty dramatic. So we're showing here a comparison of SG&A per car delivered compared to the traditional auto industry, which is both an OEM and the dealership network. And our estimates are that we're 60 to 70% lower on a per car basis. And if you turn this into dollars, this is many thousands of dollars per car. This is part of the reason why on the last earnings call, I made the comment that we think about operating margin more so than gross margin as a company, because
Sì, comunque stavo dicendo, Elon è dietro a guardarsi i video di Marcus Brownlee.
Into our dealership network, this provides efficiencies that give us a competitive advantage from a cost structure standpoint relative to other companies. The other thing that I'll note here is that this wasn't always the case. And it wasn't that long ago where these bars would be inverted. And if we go back a little bit in time, and we talk about when we launched Model 3 in the Fremont factory, we went from 2,000 cars per week, which was S and X, adding 5,000 a week to that for Model 3 got us to 7,000 cars a week. You've heard some folks here today talk about production hell. What I don't think we've ever talked about is
evidentemente
back office operations hell,
la live su Twitter si è fermata a 2:59:59. Evidentemente Twitter ha i video al massimo di 3 ore. Tremendo, dai, Elon. Come facevi a non sapere che sarebbe andato oltre le 3 ore? Cioè, è veramente imbarazzante. Per Twitter, non per te.
And so this began a process that we're still continuing to work on today, but it's something that we refer to as the Tesla operating system. So in the same way that we're vertically integrated into the software that manages our cars, we've also vertically integrated into the software that runs our company. And all of our major departments in the company are using, not all of them yet, but almost all of them are using our in-house software. Most recently, we removed third-party recruiting software, and we're now running our own recruiting software as a company. And this matters a lot because rather than having a complex web of third-party systems that are generic solution that take a lot of effort to customize for our particular needs, we've been able to put in place with an in-house applications engineering team dedicated lightweight software that does only what we needed to do and nothing more. And that team works very closely with process improvement teams that sit within the business, who are looking through all of the processes that we're managing as a company and following the exact same process that Tom mentioned in the manufacturing space to look at our processes, delete process steps that we don't need, simplify process steps that are existing, and automate what's remaining. And the results of this have been quite staggering, to be frank. I think it's exceeded our expectations as well. On the left side of this chart are some examples of the efficiency improvements that we've seen within our SG&A areas as a result of this strategy.
Molto bene,
the North American sales team is 4 times more efficient now than they were in 2018. Order operations team, financial services, I mean, these levels of improvement are large. And there's not enough pixels on the slide here to list out everything, so it's just a couple of examples. And then in the same way that when we look to take cost out of our products, we want to feature up the product or improve the product while taking cost out, the same has been true with the use of Tesla operating system and that integration with our process improvement teams within the company. And so we've increased performance and added capabilities while also dramatically reducing cost on a per car basis. There's a list of self-service functionality that we've put in place, which customers like. It also simplifies our operations behind the scenes. We've used the Tesla operating system to expand into our captive insurance space, which we are fully vertically integrated into.
Chi oggi pomeriggio o stamattina si è dimenticato di allungare la durata massima dei video licenziati. Poi sarà un parametro.
This is also very important because as a technology company, data is very important. And we use these systems and the access to the data in those systems to pull out extremely granular and targeted reporting that enables us to see every aspect of our business in real time so we can make adjustments to our operations as needed. And there are sometimes examples where we say, man, I wish we were tracking this piece of data. Well, you know, it's a team's meeting away from the applications engineering team to make a request, and then we can start tracking that data and make those changes. And so the feedback loop associated with process improvement inside the company is pretty astounding. The last thing I'll just mention here, which is something I'm personally quite proud of, we've made a lot of progress in our close processes within the finance team, getting our 10Q and 10K filed. It's amongst the fastest of the 20 largest market cap companies, so great work to the finance team here.
Bravissimi, è vero, è uno dei molto interessante, però è una delle aziende più veloci a riportare, tipo insieme a Netflix, però
to achieve our goals within the master plan. So we've mentioned over the course of the day today 20 million annual vehicle production as our target, 1 terawatt-hour of annual energy storage production, and then expanding cell production, service, and charging in line with the growth of those other businesses. And so we've estimated what we think the total cost to get there will be, And there's certainly error bars around these numbers as we continue to progress and innovate. But of this, we've spent about $28 billion
Col free
of
cash
that
flow
so
che
far in
hanno
the
ci sta.
history of the company. And maybe this total investment looks large. I actually think it's quite small relative to our ambitions. And if you look at our 2022 operating cash flows and you just say, well, let's assume some modest growth to that, maybe not all that much, if you're being conservative, but the ability to pay for this level of investment from the forecast that we have is very achievable for us.
Sì, hanno un operating cash flow assurdo. Quindi
I'm often asked
150
about
miliardi
capital
in
allocation. I
10
think our
anni non sono
strategy
tanti.
here is very straightforward. I
Sono
touched
15
upon it a
miliardi
little bit in our last slide.
Si fa.
But just to be explicit
Cioè
about
già
it,
adesso hanno un free cash flow attorno a quei livelli lì. E qua
obviously
parlo di
the
operating
priority
cash flow.
here is to ensure that we're using capital to run the day-to-day operations of the business. This is a working capital intensive business, and this has to be managed very carefully. And so, over the course of a quarter, there can be multi-billion-dollar swings in our cash balance up and down, just depending upon the timing of when we build and deliver cars.
Nel numero 4 c'è
You obviously
buyback.
have to have money set aside for that. Downside protection is another really important
Annuncio di un
area
buyback,
where we have money set
almeno,
aside
visto
for
che
that.
non c'è stato nessun
And over the
annuncio,
last couple of
almeno
years
il
during the
buyback,
pandemic,
neanche.
I think this just highlights why being ready for downside protection is important. Preserving daily operations is the engine that then generates cash that allows us to reinvest into the growth of the business. And I'm very proud that over the last couple of years, despite the ups and downs in the macro environment and interruptions to supply chains, we have never once pulled back on our investments in growth, so that remains a huge priority for us. We do then, after investing in growth, we look at opportunistic ways to spend our cash. These are more financially oriented, where if a return is a hurdle, then we can place cash in that. This is part of our story of cost reduction in the Fremont factory. And then on the excess side,
forse spaventa la quantità di soldi che devono investire.
Thinking about what our cash flow projections are looking forward and whether it makes sense to do buybacks or dividends.
Non dice niente sui buyback. Dice, vediamo se ha senso.
The finance portion of the presentation today.
No, ci sta. Se i modelli di Wall Street prezzano 170 miliardi di investimento,
we use innovation at an intense level to drive costs down and improve the efficiency of the business. And the reason this is so important is it allows us to improve product affordability. And this is particularly the case when we move to our next generation platform. Improving affordability allows us to comfortably make investments that grow volume. That volume generates cash that then allows us to make more investments.
Sì, l'unica cosa successa effettivamente è brutta, cioè investiranno un sacco di soldi.
It's our belief as a leadership team here at Tesla that we're going to achieve unprecedented scale in the manufacturing space. And this is what's ultimately required to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. So with that, this completes the prepared portion of today. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll resume with a live Q&A. Thank you all very much.
Non ho parole. Non so cosa dire. Sono scioccato. Secondo voi questi 5 minuti sono reali? Sono 5 minuti reali? No, perché io cioè, ormai continuo. Ho detto che continuo maratona finché non finisce. Non mi interessa. Cioè, piuttosto non dormo, non me ne frega. Anche se rimane zero spettatori, mi attacco io col telefono e faccio spettatore a me stesso. Però è assurdo. Mi metto schermo intero finché non torno. Perché laggo? Vabbè. No, è assurdo. No, sto laggando, aspetta. Non lo so, non è successo niente. L'unica cosa, appunto, è il fatto che spenderanno un sacco di soldi. Spenderanno appunto tra i 150 e i 175 miliardi, che a Wall Street sicuramente non piace, perché vuol dire che se tu spendi così tanto il tuo free cash flow se ne va. E quindi sì, diminuisce la possibilità di buyback, perché appunto anche qua non l'hanno annunciato, hanno detto vediamo quando è opportunistico, eccetera eccetera. Però se l'idea è investire oltre 150 miliardi in 10 anni e adesso, cioè, non è che rimane tantissimo per fare buyback o dividendi, che per me ci sta, cioè per me investitore va benissimo, è giusto, perché l'ambizione che hanno e il tipo di scale che vogliono raggiungere, il tipo di numeri che vogliono fare è ok, però a Wall Street sicuramente non piace. Quindi tra tutte le varie cose che potevano annunciare, rendere ufficiale Messico, annunciare il veicolo, mentre invece hanno solo detto che cosa succederà al veicolo, cioè il 50% di tagli, ma il 50% di tagli lo sapevamo già, cioè non è, tutti si aspettavano che annunciassero il 50% di taglio nei costi, volevano vedere come, ok, l'hanno visto, sicuramente ci sono stati un sacco di dettagli, il master plan 3, ok, cioè hanno soltanto detto i numeri, poi Elon su Twitter ha scritto che Tesla pubblicherà un paper in cui ci saranno tutti i conti fatti e del perché i numeri che ha tirato fuori funzionano, ma cioè tra tutte le cose appunto che potevano annunciare, far vedere l'auto, anche solo il rendering, far vedere Messico, anche perché il sindaco o il presidente o il sindaco del comune dove costruiranno o il presidente del Messico, non mi ricordo, ha detto che Tesla sarebbe pronta a far vedere un rendering della gigafactory che hanno in mente, quindi uno si poteva aspettare un rendering della nuova gigafactory, niente. E quindi appunto tra le 1000 cose che potevano annunciare non c'è stato nulla di concreto che piaccia a Wall Street, tranne appunto questa cosa che spenderanno un sacco. L'altro numero interessante che hanno detto è che sono arrivati a produrre 4 milioni di auto, quindi per carità benissimo, sono arrivati alla 4 milionesima auto, bisogna controllare, ma appunto sembra un ottimo rate, però appunto nulla di, cioè non c'è niente, non c'è nulla che possa piacere, e considerando quanta attesa c'era costruita attorno a questo evento, perché da quando l'hanno detta, cioè nella call di fine gennaio e nella trimestrale, insomma, hanno detto tante cose le diremo all'Investor Day, tante cose all'Investor Day, eccetera eccetera. Investor Day, niente, il mondo non è cambiato, cioè io ho fatto il titolo, ho cambiato il mondo non è cambiato, non è successo niente, e non lo so, ci sono tante cose che avrebbero potuto annunciare ma non hanno annunciato, non so perché, non sono pronti, e allora che senso ha farlo adesso l'Investor Day? Cioè mancano cose, perché Messico è praticamente certa, però perché non l'annunci? Non vuoi annunciare il nuovo modello perché pensi che ti rubi mercato alla Model 3 e alla Model Y? E vabbè, ok, però allora non parlarne, cioè un po' così, però non lo so, che opinione avete? A Wall Street non piace che investa cash in ottica di lungo termine, o fai buyback o investi, sono d'accordo. Però a Wall Street piacciono le aziende che fanno buyback e fanno dividendi. A Wall Street piace Apple, anzi a Wall Street piace più la Apple di Tim Cook che la Apple di Steve Jobs, ma la Apple di Steve Jobs ha cambiato il mondo, la Apple di Tim Cook ha capitalizzato su quello che aveva fatto Steve Jobs, che ci sta, però appunto è come piace a Wall Street, perché ci sono i buyback, perché fai manovre finanziarie particolari, perché il CFO è quasi un mago per le cose che fa, eccetera eccetera, non in senso illegale, cioè nel senso che effettivamente è bravo, cioè sa gestire le finanze, sa gestire quando fare buyback, eccetera eccetera, e io sono d'accordo che è meglio investire che fare buyback, però a Wall Street sicuramente non piace. No, appunto, non è una cosa negativa per l'azienda è ottimo, io sto solo parlando per la percezione di Wall Street, perché a Wall Street non gliene frega niente di cosa succede tra 5 anni, a Wall Street interessano i numeri delle consegne del Q1, i numeri delle consegne del Q2 e dell'intero anno, punto, non gliene frega nient'altro, e se nel frattempo ci sono dei buyback aumentano le stime di EPS per l'anno, punto, finisce lì. Se invece non ci sono buyback, gli EPS star lì, anzi se tu avevi modellato dei buyback e non ci sono, devi diminuire gli EPS perché aumenti rispetto alla tua stima il numero di azioni circolanti e quindi diminuisce il prezzo di Tesla azione. Chiaro che appunto da un punto di vista aziendale fondamentale non è cambiato nulla, anzi è pure positivo perché le ambizioni che hanno sono folli, però Wall Street non passerà. Sì, appunto, i tassi Fed saliranno appunto a cos'è, il 21, il 22 gennaio, marzo, e appunto potrebbe creare ancora volatilità, cioè adesso io non so che cosa succederà nei Q&A eccetera eccetera, però appunto Tesla ha fatto una bella corsa gennaio-febbraio per recuperare metà novembre-dicembre, cioè, per me è un relativo fair value considerando i tassi, che sono praticamente al 4,5%, e il decennale al 4%. Con i tassi più bassi uno può dire che Tesla è sottovalutata a questi prezzi, con i tassi attuali ci sta, però appunto visto che i tassi andranno ad aumentare e visto che hai deluso Wall Street, non è impensabile, non è per niente impensabile aspettarsi della debolezza di Tesla nei prossimi giorni, a parte domani che adesso in after è praticamente a meno 5, ma in generale, perché appunto non hai convinto Wall Street in nessun modo, anzi l'hai delusa, e in più ci sono tutti i fattori macro che pesano sulle tech come sempre. La cosa però sicura è che chi ha seguito questo Investor Day non può più dire Tesla è un'azienda di auto e basta, perché non è così. Con tutte le cose che hanno fatto vedere non si può più dire. Chiaro che il prodotto finale è quello, chiaro che la maggior parte del fatturato è quella, però no, non è solo quello. E avete visto gli abbonamenti che iniziano a esserci, l'abbonamento per ricaricare l'auto non fa parte direttamente dell'auto, ma è proprio nella come si chiama? Nella rete elettrica in Texas, gli abbonamenti per il supercharger eccetera eccetera, quindi questo è positivo, però chi segue Tesla già lo sapeva e sicuramente non migliorano l'opinione di Wall Street. In ogni caso secondo me 5 minuti sono passati decisamente, perché a questo commento erano già stati annunciati 5 minuti, questo commento è di 9 minuti fa. Il ristorante Tesla è un'idea, cioè è carina, non lo so, cioè se lo fai a Austin, tipo vicino alla fabbrica, va bene, fai un ristorante Tesla con i supercharger, i dipendenti lì mangiano gratis, metti che al posto di fare la mensa fai un ristorante, appunto i dipendenti mangiano gratis, gli altri hanno ovviamente zone separate, una zona dipendenti e una zona clienti, ci sta. Farlo in giro come brand, catena, è una follia, non ha senso. Sono tornati. O almeno, sembrano tornati. Cioè, stanno tornando. Vediamo che succede. Se gli aumenti dei tassi fossero iniziati 4-5 anni fa, Tesla sarebbe ancora viva. Ma 4-5 anni fa, sì. Cioè, dal 2019 era già tutto a posto. Tesla ha rischiato la bancarotta nel 2018. Quindi se questi tassi fossero stati questi, cioè se i tassi di oggi ci fossero stati nel 2017-18, chissà, forse no. Però è andata così. Lì i tassi erano relativamente bassi, non erano a zero comunque, però relativamente bassi e sono riusciti a superare il 2018 e poi...
Well, let's see. So this is probably the most significant announcement of the day is that we're excited to announce that we're going to be building a gigafactory in Mexico.
Ecco la Giga Messico! Cioè, avete rotto per 3 ore senza annunciare niente? Sì, comunque Giga Messico.
Yeah,
Eccolo il rendering.
Obviously a grand opening and groundbreaking and whatnot. But we're excited to announce that the next Tesla Gigafactory will be in Mexico near Monterrey. So,
a Monterrey, certo. Come già si sapeva, l'hanno annunciato ieri.
Now, I do want to emphasize we will continue to expand production at all of our existing factories, so including California, Nevada, here in Texas,
vi immaginate se avessi staccato la live?
Well, in Shanghai. So we intend to increase production at all factories, so the Giga Mexico would be supplemental to the output of all the other factories. So this is not, to be clear, moving output from anywhere to anywhere. It is simply about expanding total global output yeah, so it's going to be good.
It's gonna be good. Questo è l'annuncio?
So,
Questo?
Peanut gallery.
Anyway, so I think that's, we're quite excited to announce that. In fact, I
Non
think the
sembra.
governor is here.
Era arrivato a -6 comunque.
It's hard to see. Welcome.
Adesso era arrivato a -6, adesso è a -4,5.
Secretary of State, I believe. We're looking forward to it and having a big event for the great groundbreaking and opening. So let's see. With that, we can move to, I guess, Q&A. We've obviously got significant bench strength here. Should probably have like a bench.
C'è solo una ragazza, due. Una è quella che non sa il nome di quello di cui
We
parla.
maybe have too many people on stage, but we'll try to answer questions within reason.
Ma non ha nessun dettaglio.
This is meant to be kind of more of a long-term sort of discussion as opposed to, what will be the production for the rest of the quarter type of thing.
Non frega un cavolo del prossimo trimestre.
Towards long-term value creation. And with that, fire away.
Va bene, vediamo le domande, dai. Almeno le domande saranno interessanti. Però il non sta in piedi.
It's Rod Lash with the Wolf Research. Very exciting plans about the next generation vehicle and
Cioè poi in Messico quante ne
powertrains
produrranno?
and batteries. I was hoping you can maybe talk to us a little bit about the timeline for deploying this. And it sounds like it's more than just a vehicle. This is a kind of a paradigm change on how vehicles are assembled, how batteries are put together and everything. And does that also just get reconfigured into everything that you do? So the Model Ys that are being built here will be built very differently in the future. Maybe just give us some feel for what happens from here and what's the timeline for implementation.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about that, but broadly speaking, the most profound architectural changes will be in future vehicles. Retooling a factory means bringing the factory down for an extended period of time. And that would prefer not to do that, I think. But there are variants in how Model Y is produced. So we've got variants where there's rear casting, where there's a front and rear casting, and we have the structural battery pack. And then there are a number of smaller improvements that occur.
Le fabbriche già esistenti non faranno la nuova generazione.
Big changes, those would be future vehicles. Yeah, I don't know, you guys want to add?
Ok.
Lars, maybe?
Quindi, ok.
Me? Yeah. So I mean, as far as I agree with you 100%, Elon. It's really easy to put innovations in new vehicles, but long term, we'll obviously bring them back. We've always talked about that, but we don't want to take our factories down. As far as the timeline goes, we're going to go as fast as we can, left to right. As always, Elon alluded to the fact that Mexico will build our next-gen vehicle, but we will also be doing that in our other plants. And so it's really about getting them all up and running. We expect that to be a huge volume product, and we're going to move that quickly over the next couple of years.
Couple of years. Vabbè, quindi a Messico sicuramente Gen 2 e dove c'è posto, perché non quelle vecchie. A Fremont non c'è posto. A Shanghai se si espandono.
First, enhorabuena.
A Austin dovrebbe
Mexico.
esserci posto.
That's great. Congratulations. Elon,
Berlino forse.
a question on applying first principles thinking and innovation to an area that up to now has seemingly been outside of your control, and that is on mining and extraction of some of the key materials. I believe a couple years ago you had a patent on sodium chloride to extract lithium from some clays and spodumene clay and things of that nature. How does that fit into the plan of maybe bringing real innovation into a mining sector that could use a little, maybe waking up and getting those costs down, because that could be a real gating factor, it seems.
Well, we're going to address whatever we think the limiting factor is at any point in time. So we would like to do the least amount possible. So we don't want to get into the mining or refining sector. We will do that if we have to. I do think the focus really should be
sull'estrazione
on
eccetera già
capacity.
sappiamo queste cose.
You know, we need to make just a very giant amount of anode, cathode, lithium hydroxide, lithium carbonate. It's really the refining capacity that is the biggest choke point. Yeah, so that's why we're building a lithium refinery in Corpus Christi.
In terms of the mining companies that are out there and looking at that part of the value chain, so we do have large suppliers of lithium right now, and they are aware of how we're approaching the Corpus refinery and the technologies we're trying there. And the reason we're making them aware of it is because we think they're fundamentally more scalable, and as we prove them out, we plan to share that with them, because as Elon says, like, it's not really like we want to do these things, we're doing them because it's not
Cioè non è che
fast enough.
vogliamo
So
fare
if we
queste
can prove
cose,
that it can
però
be done faster, the intention is to transfer that knowledge to our current suppliers. And the same is actually true. It was actually a clay process that we're playing with and we continue to work on. Same is true on that. So we've worked with our suppliers as well on trials, and we're sharing knowledge there. And the intention is just to help the whole world do this better. And ultimately, this here is getting the lithium out, or whatever it is, out of the ore.
And we're obviously building a cathode processing facility just adjacent to this building.
Produzione di
a little further
cathode,
down
ci
the
sta.
road, you'll see another large construction. That's for cathode refining.
Quello è importante.
But like I said, we'd really prefer if others did that.
Cioè preferiremmo lo facessero altri.
Because we want to.
Yeah, and in that case, there just isn't really any large
Tradotto vuol
scale
dire che
production in the
c'è
United
poco
States,
margine.
and it needed to be done. And again, if we're going to do it, we're going to try to do it from a first principles perspective. So we have tried a bunch of new things there. We're confident that they will work.
Speriamo lo
And as they
facciano altri,
prove
devo
out,
dire,
again,
non
we
abbiamo
want to
chissà
bring
che
them back
margini.
to our suppliers so that they can build new facilities more quickly with less.
Però del resto tu lo usi il prodotto, quindi sì, cioè.
Right, let's go to Ben.
Hi, Ben Kaler for Baird. So similar on the renewable side, is there more that you can do in Tesla to nudge the rest of the renewable industry to speed up, since it's such a big pillar of the Master Plan 3?
Well,
Anche il bodyguard è annoiato, si gratta la testa, poverino.
I can say that if there's like entrepreneurs out there that want to have like a guaranteed chance of success, it would be refining lithium or anode and cathodes or any materials whatsoever.
Quello di fianco a lui che ride dice sì, non è così facile come lo fa sembrare Elon.
It's no brainer. Yep.
Yep.
I think we're doing everything we can. So.
Yeah, on the renewable energy thing, the thing that we can do, Tesla, is the more we reduce the cost of storage, the more we reduce the cost of stationary storage, and the more we bring like flexible load to the grid in the form of like cars charging at the right times, the more valuable renewables are. Because in like Texas right now, I wasn't joking, like there's a lot of wind, and at night, there's like almost too much wind because they don't want to turn the nukes off or whatever. So bringing really low-cost storage onto the grid makes renewables more valuable, which ultimately will accelerate their deployment. So that's how we focus on it, I guess.
Yeah, Felipe?
Felipe? Felipe? Si è perso Felipe.
Thank you. It's Philippe Bouchot at Jefferies.
Non era Felipe, era
two
Filippo.
questions. The first one, when I think about in this industry, everybody wants to be Tesla. Every car maker is trying to emulate what you're doing. Well done. The one thing they don't do is
Rompere per 3 ore.
focus on having as much growth as possible with as few models as possible. So I'm just trying to understand, as you aim for 20 million units in 2030, how many models do you think you need to get there? And how does it fit into your drive to hyperscale?
Dai, quanti modelli presenterete prima del 2030? E poi il 2030 tra 7 anni.
Don't want to see a Tesla or the same Tesla at every street corner. So I'm just trying to get your sense of that. And my other question is on bi-directional. I mean, you talked a lot about making a world more renewables and better usage of cars. I think bi-directional charging is one way of better using cars, but you seem to be reluctant about doing that in the past. So I'm just wondering what your latest views are on the topic.
Sembrano effettivamente cartoni di latte.
It wasn't like a conscious decision to not do it. It just wasn't a priority at the time, I think is maybe the way to think about it. As we continue to improve the power electronics in our vehicle, we've found ways to bring bi-directionality while actually reducing cost of power electronics in the vehicle. And at all things Tesla, the goal is
vehicle to grid
get more for less. And so we are in the middle of kind of like a power electronics retool, I would say, that will bring that functionality to all of our vehicles over the next 2 years, let's say.
Anche qua, tra 2 anni ci sarà power to grid, va bene? Cioè, car to grid, cioè puoi scaricare la batteria dell'auto.
People are going to use bidirectional charging unless you have a power wall, because if you unplug your car, your house goes dark. And this is extremely inconvenient.
Ha senso. Cioè,
most of the value it comes in charging the car at the right time. It's not really about
alla
sending
casa,
energy the other way.
stacchi l'auto, perdi la corrente.
I mean, if you have a power wall that can take the house load, then you can use your car as a supplementary energy source to the power wall, and then you're not going to drive everyone crazy by unplugging your car and having the house go off. So I think there's some value there as a supplemental energy source down the road, where if you have a power wall, you've not diminished the convenience of the people in the house.
Sì, no,
The question of
però
number of
è
models?
appunto una batteria in più. Al posto di avere 20 kWh a casa, ne hai 10 nell'auto.
Not that many.
È un risparmio di 10 kWh che al momento costano tipo 7-8 mila euro.
I mean, what's happened with conventional cars is people have run out of things to do. So when you run out of things to do, they just end up reshuffling the deck, and you have pretty much the same. I mean, how many variants of car are there on the road? There's like hundreds. But are they good variants? No, mostly not. They're just variants for the sake of variants. But look at how have things converged with the phone? I mean, there used to be hundreds of flip phones. Now what do we have? It'll be like that.
Ah, ok. Quindi non troppi modelli.
George?
Perché non serve.
George Generikis from Canaccord Genuity. Just had a
Che appunto
question
è vero.
about your
Cioè,
plans
la
to
maggior parte
grow
delle modelli di auto
market share in China, and also whether or not the political tensions between the United States and China impact your long-term ambitions there. Thank you.
Questo è curioso. Vediamo se può rispondere. Non so se può rispondere. Fai rispondere al cinese. Fai rispondere a Tom.
Hey Tom, don't sweat too hard.
Tom, non sudare.
Well, we're still growing our market share in China quite strongly, actually. Especially early this year, we had this price adjustment. After that, we actually generated a huge demand, more than we can produce, really.
Wow.
As Elon said, as long as you offer a product with value at affordable price, you don't have to worry about demand. That's basically the philosophy that we follow. We try everything to cut cost from supply chain, from improve the efficiency of the factory, and pass down that value to our customers. I think as long as we continue to do that, I'm not too concerned about market share in China.
Ma questa è grossa.
In the second part, geopolitics, no one knows. We do our best. We actually create a lot of jobs to the local community. And we generate also at our suppliers' factories, we'll create a lot of jobs as well, and we'll contribute a lot to the local economy. I think as long as we're needed in this country, I don't see there much of the risk of that.
Va bene.
Colin? Colin Rush from Oppenheimer.
You know, one of the things I was struck by in the
Ovviamente
presentation
vago,
was
che
the
cosa può dire
operational
sul rapporto
efficiency
Cina-USA.
metrics that you guys are talking about. Could you talk a little bit about
Però questa cosa della
the
domanda in
velocity
Cina
of learning cycles and how you guys track that and think about that as an organization as you work into a variety of other areas from an innovation perspective?
Anyone want to try that?
I mean, I'll say one very high level thing, which is you can't improve something you don't measure, and we're like ruthless measurers at Tesla. And once you start measuring things that contribute to operational efficiency, you actually have a path to doing something about it. So I guess the key is a good measuring stick.
A good measuring stick.
Okay. It's something I should say with respect to demand, which I've said a few times over the years, but it's
Ma perché ride? Questo qua è sempre così felice.
Needs to be said again, which is overwhelmingly there's
Cioè guarda in basso per non
for
ridere.
people to own a Tesla
Magari
is
il
extremely
cameraman
high.
gli sta facendo
The
le
limiting
facce.
factor is their
Guarda,
ability
si
to pay
trattiene a
for
malapena.
a Tesla, not do they want a Tesla. It's easy for people in this room to lose sight of that. If your income is far in excess of what a car costs, then you look at value for money, but you do not consider affordability. But for the vast majority of people, it is affordability driven. This is why we cannot simply double the price of the car. Or you could say and think about things in the limit, where if you had an infinitely desirable car, but it costs $10 million, it wouldn't matter because most people do not have that. So demand is very much a function of affordability, not desire. Very important. One of the things we weren't sure about was the price elasticity of demand for Teslas. So like, as we lower the price, how much does demand increase? And we found that even small changes in the price have a big effect on demand, very big.
Very
so
big.
That was a good thing to learn. Yeah.
Beh, già appunto negli Stati Uniti avevano più domanda di quanto potevano produrre.
Because you could potentially have, I don't know, 5 times the utility of the asset that you currently have. So if a passenger car is 10 or 12 hours a week of usage, plus a lot of parking expenses, an autonomous car could be 50 to 60 hours a week or something like that. And you could get rid of a lot of parking expenses. So, if this is true, then as autonomy is effectively turned on for the fleet, it probably will be the biggest asset value increase in history overnight.
Va bene, questo lo dice ogni volta. Io sono anche abbastanza d'accordo, però se non...
Thank you so much,
quando ci sarà l'autonomia.
Deutsche Bank. So as you start launching this next generation vehicle and ramping up volume, what will be your nearest term priority in terms of segment or vehicles focus? The slide that you showed with 2 vehicles on the wrap seemed, based on form factor, one of them maybe looks like a van, another one looks like maybe like a smaller vehicle, like potentially a Model 2. I guess, what is the nearest term focus for you in terms of ramping up the next gen vehicle? And how do you make sure that by lowering the price point so much because the cost is going down 50%, you're not cannibalizing demand for your existing vehicles?
Buono. Come fai a non Vabbè, la Model 3?
I mean, demand for our vehicles in terms of desire to own them may as well be infinite. It's indistinguishable from infinite at this point. So affordability is what matters. So
La domanda per Tesla è infinita. A livello di desiderio.
Crazy, basically. The issue is how do we build the cars? The hard part is building the cars. I can't emphasize that enough. The hard part is building the cars and the entire supply chain that goes with the cars. This is a logistics challenge of extraordinary difficulty. All the things that have to go into the car have to scale with the car, while everything is doing an exponential ramp. And if you miss even one of those things, doesn't matter why, earthquake, flood, fire, revolution, I thought I've heard them all. I mean, any part of that supply chain gets interrupted, then you have a seizure. The hard part is building the cars, by far, and the supply chain that goes with it.
Perfetto, quindi la domanda è infinita, va benissimo, ci crediamo. Ma quali sono i prossimi modelli? Cioè, con che priorità?
Perfection is a passing grade. We really need everything to happen perfectly, and
Comunque,
the strategy for mitigating the different risks, some of which were anticipated and some weren't, is really bespoke.
No, si sta cercando anche la seconda batteria. Queste durano meno.
You need subject matter expertise and a deep knowledge of the particular supply chain you're managing to come up with those strategies. So we've seen everything from, as Elon mentioned, first the tariffs that flew back and forth, the ocean logistics issue, a chip shortage, COVID, floods. There was a fire in a fab in Japan that knocked down. There was a massive COVID spike in Malaysia where a lot of the chips, the back end of a lot of chips was down there, and more. This was one that Elon was involved with as well, and it's nerve-wracking, but somehow.
Dai, vabbè, se non volete dire dei modelli.
Although it's difficult, I think we have been laying the foundation to be as intimate to all the tiers of the supply chain, building that control and directing the different tiers of supply chain. That's the way we are trying to mitigate the risks that come with it. Again, dual sourcing, triple sourcing, having redundancy is the way we've been trying to mitigate for it.
Molto bene, bravissimo.
Yeah, on that point, when we think about vehicles, when you think about 3Y as an architecture, SX as an architecture, our next generation platform is more than one segment, and really we're thinking about all the segments that are available that we haven't captured and where the market would be, and designing it with our supply chain partners so that we can go quickly through those segments for where we need. But to Elon's point, if you make a car desirable and affordable, oftentimes it doesn't necessarily matter what segment it's in because it's one that you want. And we've seen that with Model 3 when a lot of people thought the sedan was not going to be a great hit, but we sell tons of them. So the next generation platform is not one vehicle, it is multiple, and it's on a segment. That we will really try and focus on that affordability and desirability point moreover than where we started.
La next generation non è un veicolo, ma diversi.
There's an old saying like, battles are won with tactics, wars are won with logistics. The logistics challenges here are enormous. And when you start being a very significant percentage of an industry, you can't overcapacitize. It's not realistic. And some of these things, like you said, you dual source or triple source, you can do that maybe for small things, but you can't do it for big things because if you're triple sourced, and it's like having a plane with 3 engines, where if any of the 3 engines fails, you crash. It's like, so and you have to either overcapacitize, which drives your CapEx up, and it has idle suppliers somewhere and big warehouses, or you design to some overage that's, reasonable, and then you have expedite costs because inevitably something goes wrong somewhere and you got to fly things around.
Sono tornato.
So it's really just the rate of progress is the rate at which we are able to scale the 10,000 logistics problems.
Quasi le due. Dai, Elon.
Most significant of those is the cell production. And so we actually deliberately try to overdo cell production or cell supply to have that exceed what is needed in vehicles.
Sì, comunque niente, non si sbilanciano su quale segmento sarà. Cioè, ha detto che appunto la next generation è più di una.
But then what do you do with all these extra cells? It's like, well, okay, so the much easier thing to scale up and down.
Appunto, l'idea è portarlo a essere accessibile.
Stationary storage.
Se è accessibile,
we can then overcapacitize in cells and packs.
Tutti lo vorranno.
And
che può essere
production of stationary storage,
Cioè, se
which
la
is much
porti a un
easier to
prezzo
scale than vehicle production.
a cui tutti quanti la vogliono.
So that's strategically,
Cioè,
I think,
immagino
a
una
good
Tesla a
thing.
9.000 dollari, a 9.000 euro. È ovvio che la prendono tutti.
CapEx
Puoi
for
vendere
megapack is tiny compared to CapEx for vehicles.
50 milioni all'anno se costa
And,
9.000 dollari.
Also, megapack demand is quasi
Chiaro che non
infinite.
costerà mai 9.000 dollari.
Basically, as long as we are competitive with utilities, we can sell as many like.
Sì, lavoro.
Yeah.
Però smart working. Quindi mi
Quasi
sveglio
infinite demand
10
for
minuti
that,
prima.
really. Or many terawatt hours. And we got a long way to go to get to many terawatt hours per year.
Bene.
Dan?
Bene.
Let's go to Dan.
Long way to go.
Thank you. Dan Levy, Barclays. I think we know competitive dynamics differ significantly by region. Cost dynamics differ by region. We saw that with your China gigafactory, far superior cost to what you had at Fremont. I realized it was a new factory, but there are clearly different dynamics. So to what extent are the cost strategies that you've laid out today, do they differ by region, or is there more
Bello, dai.
global
Se c'è una differenza su una
approach
regionalità, eccetera, tipo paesi più poveri, devi avere modelli più economici.
Yeah, I think
Tom,
we're
Tom.
pretty consistent on the strategy here. We'll try to as much localized as possible. Like in China, 95%, over 95% of our supply chain are localized, all the way from the first tier to the second tier to the third tier, and that give us generated a tremendous savings on COGS. We also have a very localized labor force. We have access to skilled labor force in the region, and Yangtze Delta region in Shanghai, I'm particularly referring to. Among over 30,000 of employees in China, we have probably less than 20 expats. So it's very deep localization we have done there to be able to have such cost structure, and we try to replicate this approach elsewhere in different gigafactories. Of course, supplier base are different.
Allora, al momento a Austin
labor market are
sono le
different,
18:48.
region by region, country by country, but we try our best to localize.
Tra un po' andranno a cena, no?
Yeah,
o a fare l'aperitivo, almeno.
Give us an advantage to compete with the auto OEMs around the globe. Another thing is, we have this direct selling mode, like Zach said, we save a tremendous money on OPEX as well. We have full control over all the expenditures across the company, and we don't spend money on
non so se c'è ancora l'after hours, mi sa che fine.
Everything
no, c'è ancora.
Will become
meno 5,5.
The value we can offer to the consumers. So on that part, we also follow pretty consistent strategy over the years.
Certainly the manufacturing stuff that Colin, Pete, and myself talked about, whether you make it here or you make it in Europe or you make it in Asia, it applies everywhere. We think about that from the ground up, not specific to any region.
Va bene, not specific to any region.
Yeah, just one thing I would add to Tom's point about localization and to Lars's point here. But I would actually say that we're moving in a direction of more standardization in terms of our factories and our processes and our cost reduction approaches.
Elon è stanco,
so
vuole
as
bere.
we've been thinking about the next generation platform, we've been thinking about the volume that we aspire to build against that, how many individual factories do we need to build, and what is the fastest possible way to expand that footprint around the world. What we've done with Model Y is each factory is an incremental improvement of the previous factory, which requires engineering hours, engineering spend for each factory design, and then you end up with factories that are slightly different from each other. And as we move towards the next generation platform, I think the term you used, Lars, is copy-paste. So to get it right from the first time, certainly there will be things that we learn and we and we make adjustments to, but try to have as much standardization and commonization as possible, which allows us to go as quickly as possible with expansion.
Overaka, on
B.
the site.
Perché Twitter si è bloccato 3 ore di live?
Thanks. Two questions, one for Zach and one for Ashok. So for Zach,
C. Perché sono stato l'uomo più ricco del mondo solo per 2 giorni e domani perdo di nuovo il titolo?
And when we look at 150 to 175 billion in capex,
D. Quando finisce sta roba che torno a twittare meme.
Essentially the capex guidance through 2030. For Ashok, the multi-trip reconstruction that you highlighted.
Comunque copy e paste di Gigafactory sarebbe interessante. Cioè se ora quella in Messico è quella tra virgolette definitiva per arrivare ad avere un'auto economica.
So with respect to operating margins,
Dopo puoi farne 3-4
we intend to
velocemente.
continue to
Vediamo
improve
sotto.
operating expenses as a percentage of revenue over time. And we're continuing to take cost out of our products and try to keep gross margins at a place that's healthy as well. And so, from the hardware perspective of the business, it's our expectation that we'll continue to stay in a healthy place over time. And then there's a software portion that's added on top of that. And so Elon has commented on this many times about the impact that full self-driving software can have on the economics of the business.
Sta pensando ad altro.
And in that space, profitability, operating margins would be impacted dramatically. Specifically to your point about CapEx guidance, the intent of that slide was not to provide specific guidance, but to just be transparent about internally what our rough estimates are and to provide context that we think getting to 20 million vehicles per year and 1 terawatt hour of energy storage is very feasible relative to our expected cash generation for the business. That's a number that will move as we learn. We may choose to vertically integrate more into things. We may find efficiencies elsewhere. To the whole conversation we were having earlier about do we do mining, do we not do mining? But the entire point is to say that this is something that's entirely possible based upon our forecast.
Regarding the multi-trip reconstruction, my point I was trying to make was that we want to auto-label most of the data, and we can collect data from the fleet and then reconstruct local areas that can act as supervision.
Comunque no, la cosa è che non vorranno abbassare troppo i margini nonostante il software, cioè nonostante il software ti possa portare margini più alti, margini netti più alti, i margini lordi li vogliono su un livello sano.
Something that's, I don't know if we touched on this much, but in terms of training, we have one of the biggest neural net training systems in the world, and that we expect to increase that capability by an order of magnitude by the end of this year.
Addirittura.
And probably another order of magnitude by the end of next year.
Cioè per 10 quest'anno e per 10 l'anno prossimo.
Of NVIDIA and Dojo.
Una combo tra NVIDIA e Dojo.
But much of the scale of that is quite dawned on people. It's enormous.
Wow.
Maybe the final 2 questions.
Io pensavo che Dojo doveva sostituire NVIDIA. La loro combo è folle. Cioè per 100 in 2 anni, perché order of magnitude è l'ordine di grandezza che è un pezzo 10.
So I definitely want to ask Drew or anybody else up there for an update on dry battery electrode, right? So if you're trying to overcapacitize towards cells, scale a lot of this, clearly there's a lot of moving pieces and it's a complex sort of orchestra with the supply chain, but a lot of it comes down to dry battery electrode, at least to me. So how are you trending? That was the most fascinating part of the factory tour for me, and looking through that window and seeing that this is clearly not a science project, but anything that you're willing to disclose, yields, progress, where you are today versus where you thought you were going to be. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw, right? Like, this is a real factory making a lot of dry electrode.
This is a real factory.
Automated fashion. It's a spectrum. We're perfectionists, and we have clear end goals. And we are yield of that process or the downstream process. We haven't stalled out yet on the rate of progress either, and that's both on the anode and the cathode side. And I think the great thing about where we are with the overcapacity that Elon mentioned is it's giving us the opportunity to experiment as we go, rather than just being like stuck to something that we happened to kick off a year and a half ago and it is here. Something that Elon has said to the team many times is it's okay to scrap equipment or money. It's not okay to scrap time. So the way we've been approaching it is probabilistically, what do we think is the most likely thing to succeed? And even actually in the factory here, you saw more than one anode line. They are actually operating two slightly different versions of the final process step of the powder entering the tool. And it's a competition, you know, which is going to be higher yield, which is going to perform better. And we have the luxury to be able to do that. And we're taking full advantage of it to advance the technology as quickly as possible.
Bene.
The dry electrode problem is really quite a hard problem. I mean, we acquired Maxwell really just for the dry electrode technology, but just illustrates what a gigantic gap there is between something working at small scale and at large scale. And we've had an extremely talented team of engineers working on scaling the dry electrode process and having it be reliable and consistent. And we've been grinding hard, literally and figuratively, on this for quite a while. It seems likely that we will be able to scale it to volume this year.
Yeah, I mean, we're basically increasing the output week over week, like roughly 1K a week per quarter is our internal target.
Wow.
And we're tracking to that.
Tantissimo.
I think
Di batterie, ovviamente.
What you saw is effectively like a ton of material per hour per tool. It's kind of like hard to like rationalize like what that really means, but it's different than like, oh, something works in a lab. It's like, well, when it's tons of material per hour, there's just different kinds of problems. Like even if you have like 0.1% escape of like fines into the enclosure that your equipment is in, now you have a dust problem, and like that could short out some electronics. It's like just things like this, where when you're on a lab scale, you don't even notice it, but when you're doing thousands of
No, abbiamo detto ultime due domande.
It's like, oh, a new failure
Quindi
mode,
dopo di questa,
and that's where we're
in
at.
teoria c'è l'ultima domanda.
We're knocking those out though, and the team is grinding through it, but progress every week.
And the last question from Chris.
Last question. Vai, ce l'abbiamo
Thanks for
fatta.
taking the question. I have a few follow-ups on the next-gen vehicle. First, when do you think we'll get a look at it, maybe a prototype? Second, are there any details that you think you can share in terms of the size, the content, the performance? And then third, I think you mentioned that you would produce it in other plants in addition to Mexico. Should we take that to mean that you can launch it at an existing plant before you're finished constructing the new plant in Mexico?
I think we'll actually have to probably decline that answer.
No.
We will have a proper sort of product event, but that we would be jumping the gun if we were to answer your questions. Maybe another question, if there's...
No!
Yeah. I don't know. Anyone?
No! Gli hanno bloccato la domanda.
I have two questions. This has really been a very impressive afternoon. Thank you so much. Elon, I'm curious, as you've doubled, double again, what you've learned about sort of managing a larger enterprise and what you might have to, do to...
Cioè, gli hanno bloccato la domanda su performance, su tempistiche, su dettagli. Niente. Ci sarà un evento speciale apposta. Quando?
Could help you make cars sort of, less hard to make. Thank you.
I don't see AI helping us make cars anytime soon. At that point, I mean, at no point any of us working.
Ma perché ride
big
sempre
problems. So we'll just chill out. I mean, I'm a little worried about the AI stuff. I think it's something, I don't know, which we should be concerned about. I don't know, I think we should need some kind of like regulatory authority or something that's overseeing AI development and just making sure that it's operating within the public interest. And, it's quite a dangerous technology. I fear I may have done some things to accelerate it, which is, I don't know. So,
si sente in colpa per aver creato
some of the
OpenAI.
AI stuff, I think, is just obviously useful, like what we're doing with self-driving.
Poi ne è uscito.
Which is, some people think is an AGI type problem. I don't think it's quite an AGI problem, but it's certainly requires very sophisticated neural nets because the road system is designed for eyes and biological neural nets. So naturally, the analog to that is cameras with digital neural nets. The thing we found is it's just there's if you actually look at our neural net architecture in the car, it's kind of insane, frankly. Nets upon nets upon nets upon nets.
Yeah, the visualization tool crashes when you open.
Yeah.
Because it's like so complicated that no one can visualize this right now.
Yeah, it's hard to just like literally, it looks insane. So I guess something like that's happening in our brains while we drive around, which is pretty wild.
Quante reti neurali hanno?
I don't know. Like Tesla's doing good things in AI. I don't know, this one stresses me out, so I don't know what to think to say about it.
Wow, è veramente stressato da questa cosa delle AI. Anche perché appunto lui ha creato OpenAI apposta per evitare ciò che poi è successo con ChatGPT. Però con appunto finita appunto. No, aspetta, questo devo stop sharing, a posto. No, appunto, con ChatGPT ha creato, cioè praticamente OpenAI ha creato ciò che lui voleva evitare si creasse, soprattutto perché è molto utilizzabile per manipolare politicamente le persone. ChatGPT ha dei bias clamorosi e non è fattuale, quindi banalmente può raccontare bugie, e quindi non benissimo. E appunto è leggermente diverso dal tipo di intelligenza artificiale che sta costruendo Tesla col full self driving, completamente diverso il tipo di strutture, eccetera eccetera. In ogni caso è finita 4 ore e 6 minuti di live. Cosa abbiamo scoperto? Poco. Abbiamo scoperto, vabbè, hanno annunciato Messico ufficialmente, già si sapeva. Hanno annunciato che taglieranno, nella nuova generazione taglieranno i costi del 50%, già si sapeva, hanno spiegato un po' come fare. Master Plan 3 di come la Terra può diventare, cioè la civiltà umana può diventare completamente green, in generale completamente sostenibile, e hanno annunciato che spenderanno un sacco di soldi per farlo. Cioè, fino a, appunto, le stime sono dai 150-170 miliardi, Tesla dice ce la facciamo anche da soli con il nostro operating cash flow. Non hanno detto che spenderemo tot, ma che anche fosse tot la spesa comunque ce la facciamo. È diversa. Però ovviamente Wall Street lo interpreta come vabbè, nei prossimi 10 anni spenderemo tot per arrivare a fare 20 milioni all'auto, eccetera, eccetera. Il punto è che Wall Street, nessuno a Wall Street crede realistico i 20 milioni all'auto, quindi in tutti i modelli a Wall Street si arriva a 7, 8, qualcuno spara 10 milioni di auto nel 2030, però adesso inizieranno a usare queste spese, quindi 160 miliardi di operating cash flow fino al 2030, però comunque mettendo 10 milioni, mentre questi 160 miliardi sono per arrivare a 20 milioni, quindi se non arrivano a 20 milioni spenderanno meno, quindi vabbè, comunque parecchie spese. Tesla meno 5,5, io sono distrutto, 4 ore e 8 minuti. Grazie a tutti di aver seguito, siete ancora 22 in live, pazzesco. Dopo il video lasciate un commento, tutti i 22 che avete seguito fino alla fine, fino a oltre le 2 di notte per guardare l'evento Tesla. Mi piacerebbe lasciate un commento, giusto per capire chi siete, perché siete così pazzi come me. Bellissimo, bellissimo, vi adoro. E niente, appunto, detto questo, hanno parlato di tantissime cose, ma ora neanche me ne ricordo perché è tardissimo, devo dormire anche voi, quindi ci vediamo al prossimo video quando avrò ricaricato le batterie, perché ora ho tutte le batterie della telecamera scariche, non posso fare video con le batterie scariche. Vabbè, detto questo, buonanotte e appunto ci vediamo al prossimo video. Ciao!